weren't at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light. Yes. And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct? That's correct. And shattered. Yes. Parts of it that were falling onto the ground. I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
How we doing, brother?
Hey, good morning, Dylan. How's it going, my friend?
I'm good. I like starting every morning with the Sweeneys that send me the pictures in. Look at all this.
That's the ground crew. That's our ground crew, right? Look at this.
Kerry did not Google. I love that.
Right.
So shout out to these people. You know, Yannetti, Wait for Us, The Assassins by Dennis.
Oh, it's amazing.
That. I love Brenda. Brenda Sweeney sends me pictures. Her and Dennis send me pictures and videos every day. Shout out to them. They're out there I shout out to them all out there, but I love every day with these kind of pictures. So there you go. Shout out to you, ground. I'm not sure you can call them, but ground patrol.
The ground troops. Those are the ground troops, man. I'm telling you, they're on the ground. This is what gets that message out. I don't care where they're at. Buffer zones. They could be on the moon. They're getting the message out, and they're just look at these people. I mean, you don't think they have better things to do? They could be watching us with their coffee, but they're out there. Rain, freezing weather, nice weather now. So
there you go. Right. Thank you for that, Brenda, as well. Right, here we go. Chat's going already. He's going wild here.
Before my God, look at the numbers. My God, Dylan.
Well, do you know what?
You're amazing.
I got here live viewers at the minute. 2 people. I think we got more than 2 here.
Look at
I got a refresher.
Wow.
I got 2 people that says that we got here. I don't know why that is, but I literally have only got concurrent viewers 2. I don't know why that is, but
I can see a lot more than 2 in the chat. Look at Larry. I can see Larry, buddy. There's Larry.
There you go. Amy, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, darling. I appreciate that.
Look at this. And Amy said she crushed her interview yesterday.
Ah, right. Okay.
That's cousin Amy. That's cousin Amy.
So, okay, I got another thing for cousin Amy later on. Cousin Amy, thank you very much for that. I didn't recognize cousin Amy.
Look at that, huh? Beautiful.
Tim, how we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Emma from Newport, how we doing, Em? Hope you're well. There you go. So quite conversations. Kim, hello. Can the cross exam take all day? I thought they had time limits. No time limits unless the judge imposes any later on, but nothing as of now, Kim. No time limits. But hello, Kimmy. How are you? Stifler's mom. Hello. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well as well. October Girl. Look, the same people all over the time. October Girl's in the house. Sassy Bartender.
Oh, Sassy's great. Listen, Dylan, you know why? They're smart. They get in early because they know you start at the top. See, I know I know the game now. They get in early.
If you're not here by 10 past, you're buggered because I probably won't see you. Crafty Cows in the house. We spoke about this behind the scenes. Did anyone see the Gavin Fish interview with Jennifer Coffindaffer?
I'm going to tell you, just quick comment. If anyone knows Deanna Bellina, she hammered Coffindaffer. Literally made Coffindaffer retract her statement. What a punch out.
I need to watch that. I need to watch it. Hello to everyone. DD as well from Leicester there. Tim Freeman's in the house. Sebastian. Katrina is in the house. Jerry's in the house. Floor and Order. Let's fucking go. Floor and Order.
He's in the house, man.
He's in the house. So yeah, James is in the house. By the way, also I know that I miss people. So what I'm going to try and do is put people on screen. So if we're speaking, I'm going to try and flash you on the screens and say hello. So I might not always shout you out, you know. So hey, Tim Shacey. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Big D Dog, Buenos Dias, Justice Warriors. Big D Dog, I love it. How you doing, fella? October Girl, happy hump day. Free can read Justice for John, Officer John O'Keefe. You're right. And thank you for the super chat, October Girl.
Nice.
We were just saying that. Oh, sugar, what did I do there? We were just saying that now off screen, didn't we? About the importance of all this. Let's not lose sight of what we're doing here, why we're here with Officer John O'Keefe and Karen and everything. So,
sure. That's what it's all about, peeps. That's what it's all about.
Sean with a fresh acre, Mike G says.
Nothing that a little gel can't work out. Haven't had one yet, but I'm due.
Daniela from Berlin. Good morning. Ready for round 2. SRA, top of the morning. Hey, Lally, blowy. Blowy. Mdu, hello, so from St. Pete Beach. How are you doing, my darling?
Pete. Nice.
James, hi. Oh, James is here. Larry's here, Norfolk Counties. Thank you for the message as well, Larry.
Dylan,
Nice
I love that. Sir Dylan. Look at that, Sir Dylan. You've been knighted.
Agent.
You've been knighted.
Yeah. Right. Nicolette, good morning to you. Hope you're well as well. Tim's got a question. Do you think there will be a directed verdict? I do, but I would love to see the defense put on their side.
Right. Me too. They're gone this far. Might as well let it all out.
It depends, though, because in a lot of trials, they don't do a directed verdict until after both sides have been done. So she might choose to listen to both sides first, and then
that's true.
They pitch the directed verdict. That does happen. So
that's a great point.
Miss Lynn, hello. That weird count is on everyone's channel. Well, because I've got 2 people. I have no idea what's going on here.
Wow.
3 people now. I don't know. Smash the like. Yes, people, please smash the like here as well. Snatch is in the house. Hello, Snatch. Kathleen. Kathleen is here. Hello, Kathleen. How are you?
Hey, Kathleen.
Mama Brad. Kathleen. Mama Brad, hello. Good morning to you. Joni's in the house. Good morning from Indiana. It's time to watch the barbecue today. This is the biggest roast ever. We're roasting. We're cooking, Sean. We're cooking.
Oh, we're going to cook, buddy.
Springfield.
Love it. Have you been to Keith, have you been to Teddy's over there? Teddy's? Used to love going to Teddy's.
True Teddy's. Crime Kangaroo. Yay. Good morning, gents. Lily. Good day, mate. Good day, Lily. How are we, Lily? Poor shrimp on the barbie, Lily. The Australians must be so mad at us trying to impersonate them. But good day. Good day. Good day, Lily. Sorry if I butchered that. Scratchy Itchy. Good morning, Jenny. Did not Google at 2:27 as someone else in the McCabe house did. Look at Matt. A bus is coming. Look at that. Woo! Kendall, good morning to you, my darling, for Raynham. Mass.
Raynham. The H is silent.
Raynham.
There you go, buddy.
Welcome to you. Leo, good morning to you. Jay, good morning to you. Stoney, God love it, fantastic coverage watching from Plymouth. Good morning to you. Chantel, Kansas, Fair City. No, it's not that. We go the Kansas City Chiefs. Chantal.
Kansas. That's right.
Kate.
But there's also a Kansas. There's a Kansas, right? There's a regular Kansas too, right?
Yeah. Isn't that the regular one?
Missouri? Kansas City, Missouri, and there's Kansas City, Kansas.
Oh, okay.
They're close by, right?
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, okay.
I think I dated a girl from Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, no, they're close.
The kielbasa is incredible, Greg. You're right. Oh, my God.
Tom, CPU's only showing 6 in chat. Yeah, I got the same 3. I've got Southeast Massier. Hello.
Southeast.
Sharon, hello. Thank you, Sharon. Have a brilliant stream. Don't forget to leave the touch DNA on the like button. Thank you, Sharon.
Anybody come over from my message today on the page? My page is up at the corruption site on Facebook. Anybody come over based on that message? I hope. Let me know because we got to get Dylan some numbers here. Big numbers. Numbers.
Let's get some numbies. Hello, Joyce. Hello, Cindy. Says 2 as well. I know Spacey Stacey. Hello, stranger. How we doing?
Hey, About that.
I've not seen Spacey Stacey for a while. Hello, how am I doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Mine says Toon Char as well. I know. I think it's just you and me. Sure, that's the two.
We're having a moment here. Look at this.
Look at this. Janice, hello to you. Chrissy's
Janice
in the house.
How you doing? Hey,
she's
Chrissy.
having a shower. Oh, I have to go graduation for my daughter. Good luck to your daughter today. She's graduating today. Good luck to her, Chrissy, in psychology.
Good luck, Chrissy.
So
Good luck,
enjoy
Chrissy.
your day.
Wow.
Enjoy your day. Stephen, hello, Stephen.
Gosling. Abington.
Everyone thinks you've had a haircut. So.
Do they?
People do,
Little gel. Little gel.
Hey, James. Hey, Susie.
Brookline, nice. The country club. My dad used to be a greenskeeper there when he came over from Galway. He used to say, Sean, the country club. I said, okay, Dad. Whatever. I didn't even know anything about golf.
Good morning to you all. Sorry, I can't. I'm trying to get through everyone, so I'm going to flash you.
All right, but you bang it out. I'm just going to sit here and watch.
Don't say that. What I'm saying, when you were speaking, I'm just going to flash them on the screen, so don't be offended if I don't say your name.
I want everyone to get the love today.
Helen, hello, how are you?
Oh, Naples.
From a McConnell, Chantal, hello from a McConnell. There we are, an Irish. Berg, hello from Pittsburgh. Good morning, cousins. Good morning, Jennifer. Jennifer Manning. Hello, my darling. How are you?
Eddie. What's up, Jennifer?
Hello, Eris. Hello, Mike. Hello, Jody.
Jody.
She's from
Jody, hold on. How about, did you ever meet a guy named Kevin Barry from Peabody? That's what I was trying to think of that name all week long. And I remember this song, Irish song. Kevin Barry, right, was an Irish martyr. And I went to Westfield with Kevin Barry. And I had twin brothers named Kevin and Barry. How about that? Yes, she does. Kevin Barry's a great kid. Great guy. He's my age.
There you go. And shout out to your husband, Phil, as well. Phil Mitchell. Shout out to him as well, Jody. Mary's in the house. Morning from, hello, Rebirth, Mass. I know the witnesses are not supposed to watch or go online and see anything about the case, but can Karen Reid go online and review anything? Karen can. Karen can do whatever she wants. The witnesses are not supposed to, but let's be honest, the witnesses are all over.
Let's be honest. Come on.
You know?
When you're facing 30 and 40 years in jail, you're going to watch everything. Everything.
Wicked Psych. Hello, my darling. Morning, Dylan. Hey, Sean, how the fuck are ya?
That's true.
Is there a fund where we can help Karen pay for the bells? So there's a popcorn fund and stuff like that. So the mods will post it later on, Tim, but keep an eye out for some links to donate. Morning to you. She can build it. There we are. What are your thoughts on Jackson's glossing over the whisper from the 911 call where Jen asked her sister, are you fucking coming out to help? You covered this last night. Well, didn't you? You covered it last night.
I covered it. I'm telling you, I had those things on my, they not everyone heard those exact words, but they all say it was definitely something like that.
Tracy, hello, my darling. Hi, Dylan Sean. Wow, what a start to Cross yesterday. He will annihilate her today when the biggest bombs drop. Rumor on Twitter is that Kerry Roberts has flipped. Have you heard anything similar?
Trace, I'll tell you right now, I'm done with the rumors. If I don't know, I'm not saying, but I'd love that though. Jesus.
I've seen some the Grant Smith Ellis parody account has said that she's flipped. So
the parody account that gets me every time is that kid Kevin Cottage fails. He gets me every time. That son of a gun.
I know. Hello, Melissa. Hello, LJ.
Braintree. The Plaza. Let's go to the Plaza.
Good morning, Bake as well.
Bake.
Redhead PM. Hi, Dylan Sean from Coral Springs. Braintree via Coral Springs.
Love it. Coral Springs, right across the alley. Nice.
MB Brewer, how many accessory after the fact charge will be filed? I bet they break a
negative. This is all conspiracies. The accessories after the fact will be the cops and all those other people.
Cindy, hello, darling. Okay on TV, Joyce says. Oh, okay. I'll check it now. Brenda, my darling, how are you? Diana, hello. Jodie Lee, hello. Why is it time? Good morning, you all. Isn't it so beautiful how people have come together, made friends, and new relationships of all kinds out of love to Karen? Absolutely. It's amazing. Shop Mom, hello to you, my darling. Sandra Mayhew from Buttdial, capital of the world.
I mean, is this not an embarrassment? Seriously. Buttdial. Oh, my God.
Hey, Katie. Mary, hello to you.
Even Howie Carr is talking about Canton. Buttdial, capital of the world. I mean, it's pretty embarrassing.
Hello, Wendy. Well, this is back to back. Hello, Wendy, and hello, Wendy. One's from Jersey, and one's not.
This is we get Rogie. Rogue is in the house. Look at him. Jesus.
Oh, I've not got to him yet. Miss Wee Lassie. Hello, Miss Wee Lassie. How are you doing from Scotland? Whereabouts are you from in Scotland? I lived in Glasgow for a year, so I know Scotland fairly well. So, right, let's go. Angela, good morning to you. Good morning, Kathy. Stacey's daughter lives in Rainham. Morning, Ronnie. Nice. Spars is in the house. That girl is in Australia. Good day, mate.
Duca.
Excellent. Duca. I'm not sure about that. Morning, Sea
Where
Dog.
You from? Miss Lynn, where you from? You never told me where you're from, Miss Lynn. Come on.
Oh, yeah, Miss Lynn, where you from? Morning, Kate. Morning, Mel. Morning, Joyce. Morning, Leah. Catching your first show. Well, welcome. Welcome.
Hey, Leah. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't get to my thing.
Oh, I'll do it.
Hang on. I can take the cover off.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, shit. We'll give you a round of applause instead. Hello, Leah. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. M. Brewer, how are you doing? I just love the fact that all these names are here. Hang on. Somebody sent me a PayPal.
This is to Leah. Hey, Leah. Welcome, Leah.
Boom, boom. And thank you to Karen. I don't want to say your second name. Karen just sent a PayPal saying morning cuppa. Thank you very much to you, Karen, for that.
Good.
Ellie's mama.
Miss Lynn, Arlington. Yes, you did. I'm sorry, Miss Lynn.
Good morning, Janine.
Love it.
Mystery Maven, good morning to you. Diana, good morning to you. Sean's the man.
Thank you, Diana.
Kindred Spirits in the house. Hello, my darling. Eileen, hello. KM, thank you both for what you do from Southern Cal. Question. Action Jackson is brilliant and has a reason for everything. What's your thoughts on that basement doorknob photo?
Ooh, I'm telling you, we've had a lot of talk about that. And Sean Colburn, he's a union guy, sheet metal. They'd have to take that whole thing off. It's cast it in the cement. They probably did, because let me tell you, those people have a brand new bulkhead. Amazing. Where's Rogie? I just saw them.
Mystery Maven, sent by Sean. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mystery Maven, for being here. She came here because of you. So
real
thank
Boston.
you, Mystery Maven.
Real
Linda.
Boston. Hey, Linda.
How are we doing?
How's it going there?
Janice, good morning to you. Put your questions up. We'll answer as we go along. I'm trying to spice it up a little bit. I'm trying to mix it up a bit. Yeah, so
spice it up.
Spice up your life. Oh, something to your left, having a good time. Spice it to the right. Something. Spice Girls, that is. Spice Girls. I love the Spice Girls when I was growing up.
Oof.
I love them, not the songs. But Jerry says that. Cindy, your message is why I'm here. Sure. There you go, Cindy. Thank you. So you message on Facebook.
Oh, good. I put that out on the page is up, people. The page is back.
Back on. Morning again to another Cindy. Back to back Cindy. Cindy B, Cindy S. What is the corruption page? We'll post the links to Sean's corruption page in a little bit. If the mods see it, they'll post it. They probably have already, if I know them.
I'm sure Wendy's around.
Well, I think only my mods can post it, but we will post it. Oh, that's
true. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, it's fine. I shout out to Wendy and her husband for putting my links and everybody putting my links in the chat.
They're great.
Quizzical Girl. Good day, mate. How you doing? Good day, mate. Quizzical Girl. Here we go. Keith said, you missed the funny guys. The MSP was telling Tom and them to be careful because of the heat today, and they invited the trooper down. If you get thirsty, and the girl said, we can put your drinks in, or as in a cup, probably. So we can put your drinks in a red Solo cup.
Nice. That's great.
Hey, Jessica, hello.
Not all the troopers are bad. All right. Hey, Vivian.
Oh.
Vivian, hold on. Vivian, I will acknowledge this more later on, but thank you. You know why I'm thanking you. Thank you so much, Vivian. Very, very nice of you.
Hey, Denise. Jody, yes, we're all excited. Lisa, yes. Question for you here. Mr. O says, Sean, do you think Brian Albert or Katie will be called back again to testify?
Absolutely. The question is, will they testify?
So just remember, everybody, there's no court tomorrow either. So today is the last day of court.
Wow.
As in on Friday, obviously. But yeah. Matthew says, reflecting on yesterday, JM was so full of shit, way too many lies. But Dials had tripped to Proctor's house. I hit him, not in a prior testimony, etc. Absolutely.
No.
I agree. M. Brewer, good morning to you, my friend. Fatbox Boogie, Jennifer, how are you, my darling? Good morning.
Billerica. There you go.
Billerica, Mass. My guys, how do you pronounce that?
Billerica.
Billerica.
We just say Bill Ricca from Bill Ricca.
Billerica.
Bill Ricca, that's it.
Billerica.
Remember? Yeah, that's it. Bill Ricca. I'm gonna go up to Bill Ricca today.
To park a car. Park the car.
You're gonna park the car.
Park the car.
Westwood, Mass. Beautiful. Love Westwood, man.
Hey, Exposure Rising. Hell to Pay. I love these names. Hell to Pay. Good morning to you.
Oh, really? Plevin, come on, man. He's going to have disturbing news. Is the suit coming? Are they going to sue me finally? Come on, boys. Sue me.
Matthew said, if Kerry Roberts confirms JM's version of events, I'd be thoroughly confused. How do they get so many people to fall in line? They've all been quite off.
No. Let's just remember what Joan said, quote unquote. Jen McCabe, I can get anybody to do anything they don't want to do. That's a quote.
Ooh. Good morning, Amy in Boston. Good morning to you.
Amy in Boston.
Lovely to see you, Amy. Lacey, hello. Dawn Marie, hello. My lovely mod of yours as well.
Dawn. I gotta get a hold of you, Donnie. Dawn.
Laura Lee, hello, my darling. Michael, this is like a Super Bowl. Even probably haven't interested in it.
It's amazing, isn't it? It really
everyone's
is.
In it. KM, hello. Casey, good morning, my darling. Kenzie, good morning to you. Michael, Sean, what is your Facebook? We'll post it, guys. We will post it, I promise you. Tim Freeman, Sean, since you went to country last night, find out. Well, hang on. Since you went country
I went to country. I had a little country music last night.
Yeah, you did.
I will. I'm treading water. I hope they don't bang me out of there. That's why I do it at the end. I will. I got all kinds of country.
I heard Jen say Canton's coming
to
help.
Country.
Also, True Psych Wards I heard Jen say Canton is coming to help. So that's another interpretation of the call. Are you coming to help? You heard, and she heard is Canton is coming to help.
Well, at least you're in the ballpark there, yeah. True Psych. You're in the ballpark. That's good.
Hello, Margaret. How are we doing? Chantal, hello, my darling. Go to man, hello. Oh, hang on, I've got a question here for you. So question, right, from Tony. This is another. So Sean has mentioned a few times that Sergeant Lang hates Brian Albert because Brian Albert threatened to beat Lang up if he didn't get his wife to shut up. This was during an unrelated incident. So the undocumented meeting at Lang's house could be something more sinister. Kerry knows Lang's wife. Could this have been a meeting to try to get Lang in line with Brian Albert, Sean?
Absolutely. I think, Tony, I got to tell you, buddy, that's a great point. I don't know the true significance of that. All I do know is it's very strange how Jen and company found out how to go to Lank's house, and then how she knew how to bring it up. I think Tully has some explaining to do, but yes, you're right. Lank's wife was chirping, and go back to Brian. And they were at a going away party for another. It was a Stoughton cop by the name of Divine, not the famous Divine. This is another Divine. All kinds of Divines around there. And this kid was leaving Stoughton PD to go to the air marshals, I believe. Anyways, it was his going away party, and there was words between he and Lank. I mean, Brian and Lank, and the idea was this: get your wife in line, or I'll bang you out. Those are constant quotes from the big bad Brian.
Yeah.
And that's a great point, Tony. Great point.
Cousin Amy's in the house as well.
Cousin Amy.
Hang on. I need to do this. Bear with me 2 seconds.
Is it coming? It's coming.
It's coming. Hang on.
Hands
You'll
for
enjoy
y'all.
this.
There you go.
I waited because this one's from Cousin Jill and Cousin Amy.
Oh, my cousin.
So, both 3 coffees. Dylan, welcome to the family. If we come to you or we meet where the old guys hang out, love always. Thank you very much to Cousin Amy and Cousin Jill for the coffee.
That's beautiful. Well. Look at that, huh? Good going, girls. You guys are the best.
Family. So thank you so much for that. Right, now I need to find where the hell is that going now? Present. Let's get Tom back up then. I was waiting for them to appear to do that, so shout out to them for that. Put that there. Right. Need some Z's. Will we fire people? How long will it be until people are arrested? How long's a piece of string, I suppose?
Oh.
Don't know. MJ, hello. So anyway, hello,
hey.
Need some Z's. Hello, MJ.
How you doing, Michael?
Ed Francis, good morning to you, sir. Salmi B.
Hey, Ed.
Hola, El Jefe, El Chapi, the voice we're recording from John's phone, the windshield wiper sound one.
Let me tell you a real quick story about the windshield wiper. I'm going to tell you right now, when I first heard this way back, listen, it was kind of like cheating. I had Natalie's files, and I looked at this thing. I said, Jesus, what's my right hand of God? I thought the windshield wipers, when I heard it from my iPhone, I didn't have my things on. I thought that was like they were doing CPR. I thought that was the compressions. It freaked me out big time. It was horrible. But anyways, then I got my earphones on and I said, here we go.
Stiffer's mom, good morning to you. Good morning to you all. I'm trying to get look, if he's a comedian though, I wonder if Jackson found his balls. You gotta love this guy. You gotta love
antiquated, buddy. Come on, you guys are done. Come on, Rogie. Come on, buddy. You should have stayed. You should have stayed on the right side. Tell what's her name. We'll give you amnesty. We will. I'll give you guys amnesty. I know Turtle Boy won't, but I will. Come on back to the team, Rogie. Tell Natty Nat she can come back too.
He wants to come back. Hey, Susan. Sean, thanks for steering me to this channel. Thank you, Susan.
Oh, beautiful. I'm loving it.
Did you catch what Jen said? This is the way we go to Link's house.
Right.
I think that's so well done.
Lank's house.
Mel, hello, Johnny. How could the butt dial when Black Object Girl testified Jen had her phone on charger behind her where she was sitting at the table?
Johnny, great point. Hey, well, they got some problems here. They're all messing up. They can't get their story straight.
Christ Loving Mum says, I heard a story that Brian Nicole went to dinner at a neighbouring town and were booed in the restaurant. Ended up leaving.
Ooh. Beautiful. Well, there you go.
Morning, Sherry. It was the summer home of Ted Williams, Lakeville, Mass. The summer home.
That's true. That is true. Lakeville. Beautiful.
Aram, hello, Medallion. How are you? Eileen, good morning to you. Tommy, good morning. Will Jen be in a straitjacket today?
Oh, she's going to be extra medicated today.
Our Disney Queen, here she is, Carol Trieper. Good morning, Carol. How are you doing, Medallion? Diana, smash the like button, please. Sean,
Smash it.
listen to you. Tell him to smash the like button, Sean.
Come on, people. Smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell.
Kelly,
I
good morning.
never get to say that. Smash it.
Yeah, that's why I let you do it.
Smash it. I love it.
Good morning. Lola, hello. Bobby, hello to you. Sierra, good morning to you. Pacific Northwest. There we are. Lady, good morning to you, Lady Livana Rose. How are we doing, my darling?
Look at that. Lady Livana Rose.
Donna, how are we doing, my darling? You love this one. Murph's Turf is here. Hot long before Jen
Murph.
gets snapped today.
Oh,
Good
should
morning
be coming out of the corner today, man. Fighting like Mike Tyson.
There's a tail coming around the mountains. Right. Kerry, good morning to you as well from Grafton. Hello.
After mass. Nice.
Alex is in the house from upstate New York.
Upstate New York.
Do you think there will be more bombshells than the Google search? Good afternoon from Finland. Hello, Helium from Finland.
Yes, I do believe they went over their thing last night, testimony. There's going to be more surprises today. Absolutely.
I think so. Question from Tim from Denmark. Does extracted calls and text show the location from where they come from? They don't do it.
I don't believe they should. Well, I take that back. It depends. All right. I think some geofence data was mixed in, kind of sprinkled in from a no such agency that's all over this case.
Oh, look at this. Aaron Hack says, morning, Dylan. Dylan, did you pee off the YouTubers? It says only 3 and watching, and you aren't showing up as live. Oh, so I'm not appearing live. Wow. I don't know how many people are here. I got 12.
We're not live? We have to be. Hold on for a minute. You know, I couldn't find Plevin last night. Did he get banged off of his thing was on Twitter. I couldn't find it on YouTube on the screen.
I don't know. I'd never look for him anyway, so I couldn't tell you about him specifically. But
listen, as a former intel guy, intelligence, you got to get it, all of it. I watched them all. Gavin, all those idiots that are on those shows. I have to watch them all. Have to.
I'm just searching myself here now just to see if I'm.
Tom CPU is on.
Yeah, but he's having the same issue. He's having the same issue. Yeah, I got mine. 13 people are watching. But
you're live, right? We have to be live. People are coming on, right? Let me see if I can search.
Yeah, we're live.
I can search you, my friend.
Hopefully, Brendan. Hopefully. Heather says, hey, found the channel. Going to show some love over here. Sean sent us last night. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Heather.
Super.
Hang on. Where's... Bird is the word, is the word, is the word. I know that I'm way behind everyone. I know I'm about 15 minutes behind in chat, so I'm trying to catch up where I can. Question from Chris: does anyone think the marks on John O'Keefe's hands are from restraints? Oh, I think we're going to see more pictures, Chris. That'll answer that. But that's a good observation. That's interesting.
See, can I read this? So Kevin puts out something very disturbing and important to report this morning on Karen Reed case. It comes straight from Karen's inner circle. Whoa. And it echoes of what happened this summer with Leopardo Ocho. It ties together a lot of things and shows just how depraved Karen is. I will report this on the stream before today's trial. Oh, come on, Kevin.
Okay,
come on.
Kevin. What more lies you spread, Kevin? Good morning to you, my darling. Eileen, do you think they'll wait until the end of Cross to bring up the Google search? She knows that's coming. That's probably the thing she's most prepped for is the Google search.
Of course.
She's got her answer. So I'm not sure. He might throw some spanners in left, right, and center. Somehow he
may leave it alone. He may leave it alone for the experts. You never know.
Maybe he might touch upon it and then just so it's in, but then go to the experts. Right. Oh, Susanna. Hey, Susanna. Oh, Susanna. Good morning, Susanna. I am trying to. No, there's court on Friday. Court on Friday. Ba 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 ba. Wait, no court tomorrow and only Tuesday. Yes, Amy. Sorry, Amy. This is about 15 minutes ago. So you, I mean, but yeah, no court tomorrow or next week except for Tuesday. Oh yeah, because Aiden's in court tomorrow. Laurie, good morning to you, Laurie. Jesus.
Laurie Reed.
There you go. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. Good morning, Dana. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Hey, 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 Crafty Cow. I love that name. Hey, Crafty Cow, you. I got 14 people here now. Hey, can any witnesses for the prosecution make a deal before they testify to say the but after this week's testimony? Yes. Yes, if they're open for it, if the prosecution, anyone can make a deal at any point. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
Is it
exactly.
going to happen? No, but I mean, it can happen. You know?
Yeah, it can happen. They're not going to get the best. Listen, the feds will take any information they can. Just, the reward may not be as lucrative, right?
Yeah, it's true. Oh, Susanna, I love this. I have a big ass and I never butt dialed someone over 5 times within minutes of each one. It smells like bullcrap to me. Not just butt dialed, but hung up as well. Teaching to learn our vocab, one town pronunciation at a time. Now say, Wista, Wista, Wista.
Worcester. Yeah, Worcester.
Worcester. I'm parking the car in Worcester. No, I'm parking the car in Worcester. Right next to Tewkesbury. Tewkesbury, Kimmy. Hello, Kimmy. Lacey's mama agreed. No thorough investigation done. Miss, good morning, Miss. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Tim's got a question. How nervous do you think Higgy Boy is awaiting his time to testify? I think he's scared to be back in town. Guess who's back? Higgy's back. Yeah, he's scared shitless unless he's got a deal, and doesn't seem like he has a deal. Good morning to you from Dartmouth. Hello. Anything to say about Higgins, Sean?
I was talking to my team last night. Could be a bluff, just to throw people off. And something. I hope he testifies. That means he didn't get a deal. They don't need him, right? Anything would be good, but they don't need it. I'm telling you, they don't need it. They don't need it.
Hello, Francine.
They don't need him.
Valentina, is it true that the DNA came back and it matched? The hair DNA came back and it matched.
Did it? No, I don't believe it did. No, I don't believe it did. I don't believe it did.
Even
I don't
if
believe
it
they
did,
said. I don't even believe they said, but I'm not sure. You know why I'm not sure, or nor do I care? Because it doesn't matter. It was planted. Everything was planted. Honest there, Valentina, I don't even listen to that noise. It's all a bunch of bunk. It's a hoax. Yeah. It's nothing. You can't believe it, because who wrote it? Who put it there? Right. That's it. I don't even look at that stuff. I don't. Anyways, sorry about that.
No, it's true though, because it's all planted. Michelle, good morning to you. Do you think John's family is currently thinking? What do you think John's family is?
They're thinking. I'll tell you, they're thinking. I think Mr. O'Keefe left before the testimony last night. So,
that link didn't work. Sorry. What link started, Wendy? Let us know. Hen says, you can hit that like, please. Yes.
Oh,
please.
Guess what? Kevin got hit by the intro. So that's why he's off YouTube. See, that's why you got to be careful, guys.
Yeah, you got to be careful. That's why I don't do. So that's why I don't do intros anymore, because of that.
I do outros when they're not listening.
Question from our friend C-Dog. Yeah. Will AJ revisit Jen McCabe's conversation with Kerry on her way to the O'Keefe's in Braintree? Getting the right narrative to the family right off the bat was very important.
We'll see. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. That's a good one there, C-Dog.
Trez, good morning to you. Donna's got a question. Oh, Donna's got a question. Once arrested, can the albums of McCabe's be ordered? No contact.
Let's see. When they no, not really, because they're not convicted. No, not really. No.
Hey Eileen, Cat Court. Hello. Someone needs to catch the family's rogue elf on the shelf, getting a hold of everyone's phones, calling and answering calls, deleting calls, and messaging, running around, messing up the Life 360. And yeah, I agree. And also, last night they had a party. Last night, do you know what I mean?
Evidently, if you get a chance from the welcoming crew today, go to my Twitter. I can't take credit for it. John Como put out some great little things. I got the Bill Clinton. There's 2 little things on there. You got to show them. They're beautiful. They're really beautiful.
Remind me then, right?
On my Twitter feed. Oh, wait a minute.
Karen's arrived. Once Karen's arrived.
Black crews are coming.
Yeah, so once she's arrived, we'll do it. Just remind me, that's all. Justin, hello, my friend. Lacey's mom, she's got it going on. Good morning from Kentucky, John. Hello. Morning, Lizard. Morning, Glow. Moxirella. Hello, everyone. My favorite place to watch the trial. Thank you, Moxirella.
You can't have it both ways. You can't, Jenny. Sorry.
We're hearing your commentary. You're hearing it twice.
There's another. He did another. John, if you're listening, buddy, you're the best. He's doing these videos. Oh my God, it's amazing. He's cracking me up.
Right, Karen's here now. We got that. Michelle, hello, my darling. What do you think of John's father walking out yesterday? I know. Oops. Boo Boo, hello, Boo Boo. Right, here we go.
Good morning.
Sorry, sweetheart.
Good morning. Good. How are you this morning? Great job yesterday. No mercy today.
No mercy.
No mercy. I don't know why that is like that. Is that? Oh no, Tom went off. Crap. Tom went offline. Tom.
Oh, maybe they're jamming everyone.
Tom's gone offline, people. There you go. We
Winchester, the home of Al Duffy.
Because no one else has done it. Right, so sorry about that. Sean, not Sean, Tom CP went down. So,
No?
but that means we can do this, Sean. Hang on. This is from Fairy. Someone, which is Fairy, just stopping by to say thank you to you and Sean for the coverage between be listening to it all. Fairy Raven. Thank you, Fairy, all the way there. Top of the morning to you, Fairy, in there in Ireland. Hello to you, my darling.
Fairy's nice.
She's lovely. So thank you, Fairy, and thank you for the coffee, Fairy. Fairy's old city where the girls are so pretty.
Very nice. Yes.
I'll go and find a stream now. So Boo Boo we got there. Jewers we got. Tracy Violet we got. Tomo, good morning to you. Boo Boo. Jen showed no emotions. Support, thank you. K-Pick, hello, my darling. Troll's a big man. Right, let me get your Twitter up here now then. Let me find it.
There's 3 of them, but there's 2. Yeah, this is pretty good. He's fantastic. I don't know how the hell he does it so quickly, man. He splices and dices, man. It's amazing.
He's amazing. He is amazing.
He is. He's great, man. He's great.
Right, hang on. There's 3. Right, okay, hang on. I got them. All right.
All 3 are good. All 3 are good.
We'll play all 3 now. Hang on.
Look on her phone. We were. What's that about?
Jackson.
I'll allow it.
we decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we're trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than, let's not text about it.
Jinkies.
Okay, next one. Oops.
Let me be clear. I have never taken steroids or HGH. Thank you.
But I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false.
Let me start by telling you this. I have never used steroids, period. I do not know how to say it any more clearly than that. Never.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls. I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
Let me be clear. I have never taken steroids or HGH.
That's amazing.
In day-to-day
Oops. Last one. Hang on.
Ways you can't. Come on, Jen. You can't. Listen. You can't have it both ways. You can't, Jenny. Sorry, sweetheart. You're done.
Another "you're done" from Sean. Love it.
John is great, man. He spits them out. I mean, he is amazing.
Good morning to you, Michelle from Cork.
Island.
Right, let me just hang on. I know there's some people sending me stuff now. This is when it gets so busy now, and it's like impossible to catch up with everything. So let me go with Brenda. Sent me something. Oh, okay. Brenda sent me the pictures of them arriving. Let me just play that for a second then. This is them arriving in court.
Super.
Oh, we got that one.
Weather's beautiful up there.
Yeah.
You got this, Karen.
Dennis Sweeney on there. Look at him.
So we're live, right, Dylan?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who's with Truth and Transparency, you asked that question. Now that we're going to have some downtime, definitely going to collaborate with Lana. I have to, want to. So I will get that done. It's coming up.
There you go.
Look at these guys. Ground crew.
Amazing.
Ground crew.
Amazing. Thank you, Brenda, for sending all those through. I know I played a few from yesterday as well there. Right, let me just go back. I need to go and find... I hope there's not going to be issues with the streams today because obviously, like, it seems a lot of streams are down. I don't
know what's going on.
Because we're really obviously struggling with our numbers, but yeah, I'm not even live. According to this, I am live, but according to YouTube, I'm not live.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Yellow Cottage Tales is live. He's got 13 people watching. But
he got back up? Good.
Yeah, he's back up now, yeah.
Because he's got, what's this going to be, day 16?
16, yeah.
Wow.
I can't even find a stream for the actual stream. T Crow. Oh, here we go. I got one here. So T Crow, thank you for the 3 coffees, my friend. I just seen that. I'll give you a shout out later as well. Thank you so much for that. Hang on, I'll just do it now. Once we got it here.
There you go, buddy.
Here we go. Hang on. I won't do the intro. I'll just do Thank you for all you do. No, thank you, T Crow, for the 3 coffees. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. Let me get the stream up here then. This is Karen. So that's ready to go once court's ready to go. Okay, right. Hellfish Haven, happy to join you all. Hello to you. BJ, retired cop. Doesn't anyone believe John O'Keefe talked about his love life with Blabbermouth Jen? Not a chance. Yeah. Tommy, hello. Kiki, hello. Hope you're well, Kiki. CK, good morning to you. Boo Boo, hello. Kristen, good morning to you. Can't wait for the Google search. Right on. Yes, we agree with you. CIW, hello to you. Daily Backup, good day from Oz. Will Jen be truthful? Will Jen be truthful today? Paula, good morning from Tampa. Yeah. Pellets, ma'am, you appeared live to me. Oh, there we are. I'm not, to me, I'm not alive. To Huckster,
We're back, right?
No, we've always been live. We're live all the time.
I hope
we're
so.
Live. No, we are. The chat will be going if we're not live. We're live. Shows 12, but 206 likes. People, do me a favor and like it so we can see. We got 359 likes. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, 359 likes. But only 33 people here. I'm so sorry, people. We are I'm all over the shop because I don't understand what's happening. Pellet Man, hello. Next in Central Mass, next to TV. Pellet Man. Oh, next to Tillboy. There we are, Pellet Man. Hello. Aussie Insider. We love Aussie Insider and her recaps as well. So make sure you can follow Aussie Insider. Boo Boo's here.
Boo Boo.
Trisha's here. Any question? I'm trying to get some questions, you guys. If you got questions,
get some questions there, my friend.
I'm just behind. That's all.
That's fine.
I got one here, super chat. So I'll go to the super chat. A to Z, you're live. Great career. Thank you. I'll get back to your super chat now. Twiddly Pippa, darling, how are you? Hope you're well. Pamela's got a question. Why doesn't the judge not allow all messages in a text convo in?
Some are probably deemed inflammatory. There's all kinds of rules like that, but what can you say?
Yeah. Close down and open back to see what changed, but it wasn't. It's all good, people. Rachel, Maria, hello, my darling. Tom's chat's down as well. Erin, all mods. Can we, if you haven't done so, guys, I'm 20 minutes behind in the chat, but can we make sure we
Are you?
Yeah, I am, but it's fine. Apologies to people. But can we share Sean? People have been asking for Sean's Facebook group link. If you can post Sean's, I'll post mine. That'd be outstanding. Thank you very much to my beautiful mods and Jonathan. If Jonathan's here, he'll hate that. Aussie got the live stream. Thank you. Good that you got it. Kelly said, Kelly Lush, Sean, I don't know how you do it. Watching these make me so mad. They do.
Hey, you got to believe in your convictions. We know this is about common sense and a little bit of physics. This is it. You just believe in your convictions. That's what I do. This is not rocket science. I'm telling you. This is an easy one to figure out. You'll find out.
Miss Wee Lassie got a notification a minute ago. Thanks for letting us know. It's good. Kate Pick's in the house. I watched Plevin just for the comedy. Janine says.
It is comic relief, I'll tell you. It's amazing.
Diana says, let's get down to 10K subs by Friday. That would be amazing. I was at 6K subs on Monday. A week later, because of this man right here next to me, we're up to 7K now. So thank you, Sean. Let's get to 10K. Yes, I'd love 10K. We'll do a bash if it's got 10K. I'll do a special stream for it. Right.
I had a little multitasking here there. I just set up my stream for tonight, 6:00. Just set it up.
We'll share that in a bit now, and we'll share that as well.
Let's go.
Dina just said on Tom Stream they only have 11 showing. There we are. There's something wrong with YouTube. Mouse or cookie, I think Greece was the word. Greece is the word, is the word, is the word.
Greece.
Mona Lisa, a bit late to the party today. Hello, everyone. Oh, I got some questions here, but I can't flash them on screen, otherwise I lose my place.
That's fine. Read them out, buddy. Read them out.
Wicked Sykes says, cell phones don't work when you have gloves on. How did she butt down through clothing? Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I want to hear that again. Hold on. Say that again.
So cell phones don't work when you have gloves on.
That's true.
How did she butt dial through clothing?
That's true. These new phones, very hard to do that. Right. It's very hard.
Impossible. Where the hell have I lost? I said I don't want to lose my place, and I just know I'm back. We got. I'm trying to make sure that I'm skipping everyone, but because I've said hello to you, that's why. Buy Dylan a coffee or buy a membership to hang out on Discord. Thank you, my darling Murph's Turf. Who was Plevin? Not the guy. Yes, that's the one, Italy. Next question. Lola Blue says, Sean, please tell me the defense have the meeting picks from yesterday. We don't know, but they may do. From when
the meeting picks?
They met up last night, didn't they?
Really, does it matter right now?
No.
I mean, the thing is, what matters, right, Dylan? What matters is it's day 16. We still haven't heard one shred of evidence, right? One shred that she hit John.
True. Boo Boo says, I worked in Celia. I'm telling you, they will be shocked what they can track since moving from analog to digital. I imagine.
That's right, Boo Boo. That's right.
Hey, Britt is from Washington, D.C. Good morning to you. Today's
love
fire.
DC, man. I love DC. Love it.
Mighty Meat is joining us
lunchtime.
So give his thoughts.
A lunch crew.
Meat, he used to be in the law enforcement, and for his sins, he lives in Detroit.
That's a tough area, buddy. Tough.
It is.
Tough area.
BJ Barnes, did Boston PD open an internal affairs case before Albert quickly retired?
I would hope so, but I don't think so. Barry,
no court.
How you doing, Barry?
Jennifer says, I heard Nick Rock will post no court on Friday. Okay, I've not seen that.
I heard it was Thursday.
Yes, Thursday, not Friday. Yeah. I don't know. We'll find out now. Good morning, Mia.
He's a new expert. Watch out. You never know.
15 Flannel, hello. Thanks for your messages yesterday as well. Greg, hello. S1, hello.
It's Juan. It's Juan. That's right, Juan. It's Juan.
Okay. Raul says Higgins. Hang on. Pellet Man said Worcester. Higgins was mentioned as a potential witness by Lally yesterday.
Yes, he was.
I don't think they would sequence Higgins after Jen, but who knows? Who does know?
Here, let me just comment on that, right? First of all, if Higgins is still employed as a federal agent, they have to go through hoops through DOJ to get him to testify. That I can tell you. All right. Secondly, I don't care if he takes a stand. I hope he does. Well, you know why, Dylan? That means to me, he ain't getting a shred of consideration. Right? It's too late for him. I don't care what he does, but my heart says it's a bluff by Lally. It's a bluff because he's out of sequence.
And his mom, hello. Thank you for everyone who says that Sean sent you. Debbie, thank you, my darling, for the super chat. There's a question here just now from Wiser Time. Sean, can you explain what put Karen at Meadows at 12:41? Was it the ring cam or was it a voicemail or something else?
No. Yeah, I believe, all right, because there's been so much. I believe they heard evidence on her phone as she's walking in, either the doors closing or the clicks of her heels or whatever. But that marker, 1241, is huge. But I'll research that. But it had to come from voicemails, and that came from the state, the Commonwealth.
Hey, Dennis. Hey, Tess. Party Love, good morning to you, my darling. Good morning, Prairie.
Maria.
Right. Hang on.
Hold on. We're ratting you out on his live stream. Go back and see in the beginning. What Maria? What's he ratting me out on? Because I can't wait to see this. I can't wait. I want to test his credibility.
Hey, Kristen. Yes.
Ratting
Sarita. Hello, Sarita.
Like
we can start now. Yeah. Well, I will. I'm not going to. Well. Yeah. I mean.
No,
listen to it.
It's all right. He's not worth it.
No, he isn't worth it. People don't go. I can't play it now because court's about to start. So, how long is it? If we could play on the break, maybe. I don't know. To save everyone going over to watch it. Don't give him views, people. Do not give Plevin views. F him. I'm super keen to hear if any involvement Mr. Kevin Albert played. I wonder if it was Ford Edge parked in front of the lawn at 3:30 a.m. How can we be so far behind when we just started? Mighty Meat. I won't lie to you. The love that I get for doing this, unbelievable. We got 133 people now, according to this, but 449 likes. I have no idea what's going on. But I love you all. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience, because I'm here going, I'm never going to say hello to everyone, but I do try. I genuinely do try. Good morning, loving the camp life. How we doing, my darling? Good morning, Karen McDonald from Connecticut. Mama Ames, good morning from Virginia. How we doing? Simply Shauna, hello to you, my darling. I'm trying to... Die Boy, I'm here, but I'm at work, but I'll be dipping in and out. Die's joining us. So I got Mighty Meat this lunchtime, and I got Die joining me on Friday lunchtime as well. So
I gotta see this
to give their insights. You watch it. Good morning, Shawnee, Simply Shauna. If I missed you, good morning to you. Josie's in the house. Now I've got to behave. Stigmatized the movement. Good morning from RI. Where's Rhode Island? RI, Rhode Island. Sean, you are the best, Sean. From Stigmatized the movement. Hello to Eugene as well. Boston Herald, how you guys seen it? Yes. Alicia, good morning, my darling. Good morning, numbers. Jesus, I am so... It's unbelievable. Lizard, hello to you, Lizard. I am trying, guys. I really am. This is amazing. That is what Plevin is saying. So I think what Plevin is saying is what you said earlier on about him, about the whole thing. He's got this big leak or something from Karen's camp. Don. Hey, Don. Anyone seen the Tuff? Boo Boo. Question for Sean and Dylan. Will more cops come forward, especially with all the talk going down in Canton and Boston? You know that better than me, Sean. Are you gone quiet, have you? I don't know. I don't know, Boo Boo.
What is part?
I'm here, buddy. What do you need?
You think more cops are going to come forward?
No. Unfortunately, no. It's too late.
Tess, you have a weird echo today. Oh, don't tell me that.
Innocent people.
No, I think the echo might be from Sean playing a video, hopefully. I hope, anyway. Good morning, Truth Nation Uncensored. Jen McCabe, testy lying. I love that. Good morning from Rhode Island. Good morning to you. There's so much people here. It's honestly probably about 3 weeks ago, I was averaging 100 people viewing. Now Sean joined me, and we got like 700-800 people viewing. I can't cope, but I love it. I'm sorry if I don't shout you out, but I do generally love it. CK, good morning. How are you doing? Stephen, hello, my friend. Kelly Monroe, morning. How are you doing, my darling? Cast Iron Mama, good morning, Dylan. Sean, I'm new to both of you, and while I don't watch the live stream with you, I do watch your first hour on Sean's Night Report. I watch lawyers live. I watch lawyer live streams. Lawyer, I'm not sure. Hey, that's absolutely fine. You don't have to watch it here at all. I appreciate people that pop in. There's a lot of people that pop in and then go and watch it somewhere else. That's fine. There's so many streams, so much knowledge out there. We are all totally different. So, Cuss, I am Mama. Thank you very much for popping in. I tell everyone, pop in, say hello. And if you need to leave, that's fine. But if you want to stay, awesome as well. So thank you for coming. Play Erin Hack. Don't add politics, please. We don't do politics here. I mean, that video, I mean, from Twitter, you meant. I mean, obviously, that was just a one-off. We don't do politics here at all. Sterogate. Oh, this is because of Twitter stuff. I mean, Jesus, I can't. Ruby, good morning to you, Ruby. If there's any questions, I'm going to try and answer them. Vivian, hello, Crafty Cow there.
Hey, Dylan.
Yeah.
I just heard his little bullshit statement. All right, I'm gonna put this, set this on the record again to correct the record again. This is how dumb this guy is. All right, this is Kevin. Clearly, the meds, the radiation, I don't know what's going on, has messed up his mind. I'm going to put it right out here right now. There was never a 911 call. I don't know where this guy thinks he is in law enforcement. There was never a 911 call. I've corrected this 5 times on a live. The person that John O'Keefe called, right, directly was my source. John O'Keefe called this guy directly, right? It was not a 911 call. He reported that there was drug activity on his street, and he gave the kid's name, and it was not Colin Albert, right? But when he said who the guy's name was and his address at 2 Burr, all right, you guys figure this one out. The detective, my source, who was on the phone with John, got off the phone and said, hey, guys, got a lead. They said the kid's name, and they all theorized that kid was connected to Colin Albert, okay? And this is where it got kind of crazy. Needless to say, when the detective said, we feel this kid is connected to Colin Albert, the lazy detective of the group who never volunteers for anything, Kevin Albert, gets up and says, I'll take that call. And then it was completely in Kevin Albert's hand. The second thing he's talking about, he's so confused, okay? Back in 2000, hold on, let me get the date correct. Okay, it was not in 2022, 21, 2020, okay? It was an old DEA case, okay? When Rob Gooley was still on the department. I'm on the record with this. His own partner, Kevin's own partner, Dave McGrath, blew this from the beginning. And this is what the information was. I'm a DEA agent, right? A DEA agent contacted me and said, Sean, we worked Rob Gooley. We put devices out to track Rob Gooley. Rob Gooley was tipped off by Chief Kenny Berkowitz. Kenny Berkowitz blew the case wide open and told Rob, and he showed him where the devices were. And you know where he got that information from? From the DEA task force agent that was working the case from Canton, right? Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, loser Gallagher. It got back to Kenny Berkowitz. And this fool, Kevin Plevin, all right, whatever it was, 2000, I'm not sure if it was 18, I'm not sure when it was. The bottom line is this. Absolutely, and if I have to burn bridges, I will. I'll burn it down. Absolutely, Kenny Berkowitz, that corrupt son of a bitch, pussy. He's a pussy. He never did a case in his life. It was always about him and his reputation. He should be in jail for blowing a federal case. If I have to burn bridges, I will. And I hope someone clips this. I hope somebody clips this right now and send it to that bald fool over there and his other partner, Dave McGrath, who took responsibility. Dave McGrath took responsibility, okay, and said, I blew it, Sean. I got that clip also. But I'm going to set the whole thing straight. My source took the call from John, and he has no qualms. He spent 3 hours talking to the FBI, my source, okay? And that's where we're at. And I don't really care. But if he wants to go on and give what's the big teaser, fine. That's the thing. I will burn a bridge down for this. Absolutely. Kenny Berkowitz was fed the information, and it's probably a good tip. He worked 13 years over the task force. Paul Gallagher did. And you know he's a disappointment. And I just figured out he had 13 years of the task force. Of course he gave it up because he wanted to protect Kenny, his reputation, and Rob Gooley. And I'm done. This is bullshit, but I will burn that bridge down fucking big time. Don't get me fucking going, Kevin Lenahan, you stupid. I'm fucking done with this bitch. I'll burn him down. I will burn him down. That's it. I'm done.
Pleasant bridges
Fuck him.
Coming down. There we are, people. That's the end of the stream. Thank you for joining us.
Clip it.
Clip it.
I will burn that mother down. Fuck him. What time is it? Jesus.
We're done. Right, stream's done. Everyone, God.
You'll be off the air forever, Dylan. I'm sorry, buddy. I couldn't. I'm listening to these lies. I'll burn them.
Don't you worry. Don't worry at all. It's absolutely fine. You deserve it. I mean, Kevin also, just remember, everyone, Kevin is also the guy that told Sean to shut the fuck up. So my estimation of Kevin is down there somewhere anyway.
And Kevin was also the guy who wanted to write a book about me. That fucking loser. He's a loser. He's a loser.
They can't, yeah. I mean, I love it. I love it. I mean, this is what I love about Morning Crew. What the fuck we're going to say? Also, I don't know if where we are here is court's not live yet. I don't think. I am so sorry, everyone. I've missed you.
I was probably clipping the microphone. I don't know. I was probably clipping, buddy. Clipping.
Don't worry. It's fine. Everyone says you're fire. Sean, you're on fire. Let's go.
I got to set the record straight. I got to set the record straight.
Oh, Christ almighty. Hey, everyone. I am so sorry I've missed you. Vixie, he's absolutely
Jesus, the blood pressure. I'm looking at my Apple Watch. My blood pressure's off the charts.
Off the charts.
Oh, God.
Everybody, so thank you much for being here, people. For whatever reason, our numbers are way down today, but I don't know what it is. But the one thing you're going to get, Russ's mum. Right, Russ's mum. I missed her yesterday. I did not say hello to her yesterday. Russ's mum. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hello, my darling. Thank you so much. I went through chat last night, and there's so many people I missed. Today, I've missed about half an hour of chat. I'm so sorry, people. I'm trying to get back up as we go along. Thank you so much. Robert, thank you for the super chat. Don has got a question. Do you think Jackson will leave us the entire day grilling at Jen McCabe and nothing for Lally to redirect?
I believe we go deep into the afternoon. I do.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking right now.
I know.
I'm shaking.
I'm trying to mellow you down.
He does it on purpose, though. He does this shit on purpose. I know he's doing it on purpose. This is a fool. He's a fool.
You know, but he is probably high as a kite as well. So, here, Paige, hello, my darling. Darling Kerry, hello. Sherry Heron, Jodie Mitchell. We've got Jodie. Melissa, tell him, Sean. I'm going from the bottom up. I am. So, darling Kerry, hello. Is course on? Well, course not on for me unless you people can see another stream. Is there another stream that I'm missing? Miss says you're so honest. Hey, Eliza. Hello, my darling. Miss you yesterday as well.
Oh, you're right. She's Maria. You're right about that. She's yelling right now. Calm down. She's saying, calm down.
Glow, this should be live now. I'm going to find another stream just in case. Let me just find another stream just in case. Because YouTube is down today. I don't know what's going on.
I'm sure Rogie will clip that. Rogie will do me a solid. He'll clip that for Kevin. They'll be all over the news tonight on Kevin's show. Rig him.
Well, no one watches his show, so it's fine. There's only
I don't
him
care. I mean, listen, I just wanted to set the record straight. He's blown this from day one. Day one. He doesn't have good cognitive thinking at all. Something's definitely wrong in his head.
Well, we know he hasn't got much of a head, as in no hair, no IQ. Right. No, the streams aren't going. Everyone's got low numbers.
No.
Everyone's got low numbers. It's fine. I don't know what's going on. What's going on? Barry White. Paul Lynch, as always, thank you. Good morning, guys. Sean, calm down. Keep that blood down.
Buddy, I'll tell you, Paul, it's tough. This son of a bitch.
MJ says, hey, MJ, I see 336. Now, do you know what? If I've not said hello to you, make sure you say hello again, and I'll try and catch you. Callie's in the house. Hey, Callie. Love you, Sean. Hey, Callie. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. John Ross, hello. Real News Archives. Court TV has the fan show, and there we are. Yeah, people don't like the fan because it makes them sick, so I've got Law and Crime. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Did it every night and day. Plebin's a pleb, but hey, okay. Vixie Blaze must be YouTube time of the month. I love that. Must be YouTube time of the month. Vixie, I love it. Happy days. Happy days are here. Sean's screen's blurry. I've noticed that a bit. It is a bit blurry, Sean. You're on mute, but it's fine. I thought no trial today. No trial tomorrow. Dennis, my friend, we just played your videos and your pictures. Shout out to you, my friend. Hey, Tuds. Morning to you, Boston Skipper. Jazzy Rice loves you. Merch, hello, Merch. I didn't see you earlier on. Hello. A little blur, never hurt nobody. Oh, Elisa, you're right. Potty Mouse in the house. Hello to you, Heather. Our girly Jenny, we know she's a tough cookie as to speak. What's Kerry like? Here we go. We're on. We're on. Susan, thank you for becoming a new member, Susan. Appreciate you, Susan. Janine T, hello. Hello, Kerry.
Court is now open. You may be seated. Judge, would like to adjourn?
Well, I understand counsel wants to see me, but can it wait? Can we get started with the testimony? It's already 9:15.
We can with regard to 3 of the 4 issues, but with regard to one of them, it applies to this witness's testimony.
All right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
Okay, issue straight away. Some people said we need to make ourselves bigger, so I will. So here you go. I might put ourselves like that, separate. No, I'll put us next to each other. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, my darling. Right, let's try and sort this out. Now I'm a bit. I love this, Wendy. Maybe start court on time. Absolutely. Can we get up? So it's 4 issues to overcome today. Good morning, KMM. Good morning to you, Tommy. She's mad. Mad, let me tell you, darling. Kerry. Very surprised to see McCabe's sisters there again. They bring up the party again. Jesus Christ, I got everything going off here all at once. Good morning to you, KMM from Fort Myers on vacation watching Dylan Shaw. I'm on the Gulf this week too. Let's go, KMM, on the Gulf. Hello, Kwiyami, or whatever. I don't sure how to say that, but hello to you. I don't see Mr. Keefe. I didn't see. Okay. No court tomorrow. Jesus, my phone is pinging. Why is it pinging so much? Here we go. Oh, it's you, not the court. Nicola says, as an LEO spouse, I love Sean's rants.
Listen, I just want to apologize. I should not be that way, but sometimes you just got to let it out. You just got to let it, I'm going to apologize. I should not have been so crazy. So accept my apology, please. Sorry about that.
Sean, you can do and say whatever you want, my friend.
No, that's not professional. But hey, I'm going to give you my true feelings. Yeah. I'll be honest with you.
That's all we want is honesty.
You are unmuted.
There you go.
All right. Some game time.
Hey, Tina. Hey, everyone. Thanks, Amanda.
And you're telling me he's not doing this for the grift? I mean, that is an ultimate grift he's doing.
Yeah, he just wants attention. And he's using you for attention.
I told him.
All persons
I'll
have any
tell you
business
later.
before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little also on behalf of Ms. Reed. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti from Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So the county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job. So I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please.
The shall swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case can reveal the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission there.
Sure.
Same page document. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of better words?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't mean to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mayor Coach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from what? Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Okay, I missed the start because
You didn't miss anything. He gave her a new document, or a document from yesterday that he didn't get into. The judge wants to make sure that they're on the same page. So
here we are. Right, here we go. Woof! It's been a hot morning. Between your rants, you two been down, and
Jesus.
I'm half an hour behind in my chats, and But hey, this is what you get. You don't get professionals here. You get two people who are just like winging it and doing our best. I'm being honest.
Your audience is growing, my friend. That's all good. All good.
Yeah, I don't know, because everyone's numbers are down today. Even I looked at Emily D. Baker. She's normally got 30,000. She's got 7,000 at the minute. So she, everyone's down. We got 463. 32,000 she reached yesterday. I mean, how do you, 30?
She must be very popular.
She's very knowledgeable. I like to watch her end of day recaps. She does like 10, 15-minute recaps. I love them. Yeah. I normally leave here and go watch them.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report page. Is that the second to the last or third to the last page? It's Mike's report. Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please. Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it, that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, "I hope I didn't hit him," end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief. I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, "I hope I didn't hit him," correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they hope things.
Why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this. Mr. Jackson, the door's open.
Your Honor, she should answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jeff.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lang's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lang's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lang's. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
It's the multi-page report. I'm going to show you this page. Okay.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay. Was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are tabbed, highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay. Okay.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to
Okay.
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Oh, Shawnee boy.
Well, now you remember the Verizon phone calls are limited to 1 24-hour period. All right. But I have a sneaky suspicion that they have a lot more from another unnamed agency.
This is why she's always, oh, well, I want to see the records. Show me the
But
records.
she's very defensive, huh?
I was talking to some people outside of the chat about her outburst about like someone put like the attacks on the family. I think it's backfiring on her, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but you know, Bev said he opened the door. Yeah, kind of, but he specifically said, "Why? Why did you go there?
Yeah.
Right? Why?"
He didn't open the door.
I wonder what she told Telly. That's going to be interesting. Telly was there for probably the prelim to the IA investigation, right? Telly is his supervisor, so it's going to be interesting what she told Telly. So
do the same thing with Chris Sullivan. So hang on, Jess. I'm trying to post the Twitter in as well for people, just so they can follow along. I did post this one earlier. I'm not sure if you caught it, guys. So this is credit to Jess from Fall River Report. I'll be tweeting some of her stuff. Ted Daniels and everybody, just to see. She says that her favourite juror, the female I numbered 4, has taken on the practice today to look directly at Jen McCabe and not leaving. She did the same with Chris Albert. There you go.
Good. That's important. It's important. These jurors, you have to assess. You know this, Dylan. You have to assess every witness. You know.
Thank you, Tori.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me that they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
You remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute?
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds?
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes?
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Kerry Roberts was there.
Kerry Roberts was not there.
On the 29th?
Kerry Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe 1st? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room. And another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, you
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's everywhere.
Statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I'm
Right, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mm-hmm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Did you actually Google search it?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was.
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's so many lies and
No
misconceptions on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about?
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
And you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her.
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
That morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it, that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back to the same.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second?
Yes.
Did you see the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes. Is that Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. I know this. You see this column?
Yes.
Third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And exactly, you claimed that you searched because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one, at 6:24, says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that bridge. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched at 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
I'll let Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he
Objection.
not your...
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up, that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's
search.
not what I asked you. The one according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
May I close briefly?
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asked some questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone, is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times, is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location, time, or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
Well, I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that, no.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, Are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move, or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different place?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, did you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
No.
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
No.
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
No.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or an application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
and you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockomock. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the pool, correct?
Correct.
When you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
You know what a wall file is?
No.
You know what an SQLite database is?
No.
You know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
You know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Folks, feel free to stand up.
This is what? Where's he going with this? By the way, Sean will be back. He's just got to pop out for a second, but he'll be back. I mean, the perfect time for him to go was during Lally, so he's got to pop out. What the hell is this? She's got her memory back all of a sudden. Yeah, I used the same search for the basketball for this. Why is he going into the school business for? Yeah, maybe. That's right. He's trying to humanize her. Maybe, yeah. Sandra, isn't it? Kara's disgusted. I'm disgusted with Jen as well. How can she lie like this?
If I could take you back to 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Kerbush. Is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. she was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's two other people beyond that, as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before connected and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And at some point you indicated that you had called Officer Lank to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, were you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lank's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And were you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
Okay. Not sure why they're breaking now. I don't know, but
It's impossible for Lally to rehabilitate her. She is cooked. Well done.
yeah.
She's like the end cut of a great prime rib. Trust me. Roast beef, end cut, crispy. She is crispy right now. There's no rehabilitating her. It's over for her. It is.
Yeah, she's been she's been the worst witness for the Commonwealth, I think. So
this is not a good day. Not a good day for the O'Keefe family. Not a good day at all.
the searches were definitely got it all in. Oh, here we go. So there's a tweet here from Rich Verstein. Let me put this up because this is a good point, actually. Because Rich says, I was worried about that Canone would not allow Jen McCabe to testify as to searches, but defense got it all in, and now we will vermont with the jury. Battles of experts will be next with forensic data expert Richard Green / Celebrite versus Westfield Station grad.
Nick Carino, right?
Yeah. So that's
Westfield
important. So it is now down to basically the experts, essentially,
right,
in terms of searches and stuff, you know.
Sure. I mean, we always knew that, right?
Yeah. But I think at this point is the jury now they're waiting for the experts to come in. I think is what he's trying to get across, which is true, you know. I didn't catch why they went to sidebar here. I don't know. There's an objection by the defense, and he said she sustained it. No, she's. I don't know what she said actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I missed that.
I wasn't listening, if I'm being honest, so I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just kind of block out Lally. I mean, because it doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
No. But we go back again, right? If you think that Karen's guilty, that like the Plevins of the world are going to say that Jen destroyed Jackson today and stuff like that. So it doesn't matter. People are going to take what they want out of it.
All it is noise.
Yeah. Susie, it might be Kerry Roberts. If he goes in that order, it'd be Kerry Roberts. But whether he goes in that order or not, I don't know. I think he will want to probably put Kerry on.
Let's see if the internet sleuths are correct about Kerry flipping. Who knows? I'm not going with that, though. I'm done with all rumors until I can actually put my hand on it.
I know. Why didn't Jackson show the video where Jen says she was shown Karen's taillight? That never happened.
It never happened. Never did. I mean, the state put that on, and it's clear they never did it. I'm wondering what was the all those other calls he couldn't show them because I guess the clerk had to go up and get them, but he should be able to come back with those calls on redirect, right?
I don't know.
I mean, recross. What am I talking about? Recross. Holy shit.
There's something funny going on here because the clerk was asked to leave. She said to Jackson, is it okay if he comes back up? We don't need him to be outside anymore, do we? And he said, no, it's
weird,
fine.
Huh?
He can come back in. So that's why I thought, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You know, that's what I don't understand.
Remember he said So, okay, he's got all those phone calls outside of January, right? February and March. He said, I don't have them. They're on their way. By the time we're done, we'll get back to them. We'll see.
Sidron?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another procedure, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of it, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach on?
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally?
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made. And it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document, again, staff to look at it. Look up. Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 100. Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had.
No, I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring
to? Mrs. O'Keefe.
John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. I said that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Kerry is a talker, and once she started.
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
Okay. She said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m., and you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had told?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you were testified about certain incidents of harassments that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Sustained as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is stand.
Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling route. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, you know, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its time?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of whole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever is going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there are some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hawk.
Objection. Sustained.
One moment, John.
Yes.
Nothing further, John.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Concerning statement, I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct, although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It is.
It sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, "I hit him," to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, "I hit him," to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable and I'll sustain that, so.
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
That's sustained.
Did you know at the time Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Kerry Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Kerry Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
Mayor,
Yes.
take a look at those 2 pages.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, on the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that, Emily?
Yes, I do.
May I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the podium?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified. Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified. Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe. She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was, because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34 Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John, correct?
At 34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
We're going to put some stuff on
Jurors
record
holding and
now,
leaving
bro.
your notebooks on the chairs, all right, follow me, jury up.
Well. Real quick, Ellen, I got to tell you, very interesting what came out of that testimony. Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay. She said that she showed the troopers just a day after this incident, right? the Life 60, whatever, the Life 360, that only pertains to Colin. And that's why they wanted that phone. What the hell did Colin have to do with anything if John wasn't in that house? That's it, right there.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah,
That's amazing. That's she cooked herself. Buddy, I got to run like we told you, but I will be back, my friend. Okay?
Yeah, I know you'll be back. It's
okay,
fine.
my friend.
See you off lunch, bud. So Sean's he's just got to run. He's going to be back after lunch. So we got a break now for 10 minutes, I think. They're actually putting stuff on record right now. Let me remove Sean for a second. They're putting stuff on record right now. So I'm not sure. So this morning, when they arrived, Jackson said they've got 4 things they wanted to discuss with the judge. One thing they had to discuss in the morning. I don't know what that was. And there's 3 other things that they're discussing now about future testimonies, I believe. I don't know what they are. Wow, that was electric, though. That was electric. I just can't, for those people that's new to this case, I mean, how believable is she? I don't think, is she credible? I don't think she is. I think she's a witch. I won't say witch because Christy is here. Maybe she's a bitch instead of a witch. Jesus, and she's mentioned Peggy O'Keefe. Everything was in there today. I believe in karma, and I believe that Jen McCabe is going to hell after that testimony. I just cannot believe that she is telling the truth on that stand. It's just, I mean, there's probably parts of it she's telling the truth because obviously not everything's a lie, but wow, the way how combative she is. I want to see, does Jessica say anything? Hang on. How combative that was at the end there. No, she doesn't say anything. But how did he, Jackson? Oh my goodness, Miss McCabe, just answer the fucking question. It was electric. So I don't know. We're just gonna have to see this, I think. I hope that Karen seems to be okay. Oh, was she whispering? I think she might be saying we didn't get everything, but what we got to remember as well, right, is they're laying foundations. They're just laying foundations here. Just never ever forget, this is the Commonwealth's case in chief. It's their case in chief. So the fact is, we haven't even got to the defense part of it yet. And we're still debating, oh, is she guilty? She's not. No, she's fucking not guilty right now. Thank you, Kim. I'm delayed. JM got a coaching last night. She got something last night. Thank you, Kim, for the super chat. She was meeting up with other people yesterday. Isn't it surprising, though, right? Do you think this is not... Like, this is how sinister this family is, right? Jen McCabe testifies on Friday with Lally. She's got all weekend to prep, but she can't prep. Oh, Karen, don't say too much. Don't say too much, Karen. She can't prep without everyone else with her. And what happens on Saturday? What's her name? Caitlin, is it? Caitlin and Tristan get engaged. Do you think that's a coincidence? That they get engaged right in between that testimony? Because then there's an opportunity for the family all to come together as one. I just don't believe. I think this is an example of them as a family, them being together, because the FBI are tapping their phones, they're listening in. They know the only way they can do it is to have a get-together. What better get-together? A fake, well, not fake because they actually got engaged, but an engagement. What would you be thinking if you're Tristan there? You're married into this family, dude. you must be tapped in the head. Well, we know he's tapped in the head because he doesn't know the times and stuff. But I just genuinely think that they only got engaged because of this, or they were always planning on getting engaged, but waited until this point to do it, and just thought, right, we need a party. I don't know. That could be my head. I don't know, but that's what I believe is happening. What's happening? What's happening is just a sidebar. They're going to be on a break in a second. The jury out on break, and they're at the sidebar. There's 3 issues they need to discuss right now. Before, it's just so nice to see that Grant's not in there. That's lovely to see. So they've got 3 issues left to discuss that Jackson brought up today. So yeah, they can resolve that, and then we'll be on a probably 10-minute break, I would say. Hey, Bake, fantastic start to the morning, Delaney. It's a good start. I think it's good. Now, obviously, if you are a anti-Karen Reid person, then you're going to spin this as well, rightly so, that she came out of this looking fantastic. And the whole thing now of them knowing about Turtle Boy and then knowing about all the abuse. But like in my head, as soon as people say about the abuse, my first question would be, why are they abusing you though? Why? Because that makes no sense. Why would they abuse you? They think that you killed John? Why would they think that? Are you involved in this? So I think there's a lot more questions than answers. I don't know. But also we can't think about, like, we don't know what the jury are thinking. No one knows what the jury is thinking. But she's a madam. I was getting built up. I don't know how Jackson kept his cool. I was getting really agitated. Really agitated. That's the type of woman you're like, nasty piece of work. I hope he doesn't. I hope they keep him hostile, because I don't think the jury would like hostile witnesses. I call her the Scarlet Witch. She kept saying that, didn't she? Defense's fault. Defense leaked this. Defense. Even at the end, you keep twisting words or making words up and stuff to Jackson. Keep amphibian chat where it belongs, please. What's that? I don't know what amphibian means. Me too, Diana. No point, Lally, talking to her. She only listens to herself. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, we have got. Oh no, that's the IT guy. We have got a break now, so go and get your coffees. Go and get. Well, unless they put stuff on record, I don't know. Let me just search again, see. Oh. Oh, Edward Scott. I'm not going to put that up, but that's funny. Right.
Let's keep the ball 20 minutes.
You are muted.
Users file for compensation due to issues surrounding Google users' privacy.
I wasn't sure why I delayed there for a second. I mean, it's going to be interesting because she's throwing everyone in the bus. So it really is going to be interesting to see what everyone else's testimony is going to be. Because even Kerry, it's going to be interesting to hear what Kerry has to say. We didn't get into Chloe at the end as well. I mean, I'm interested to see what's happened to Chloe as well. Can you imagine social experiment? It doesn't seem real. Like, it doesn't seem... I think people that come into this trial originally don't come into it because they're like, there's no way this conspiracy is real. There's no way it can happen. No way. But I think if you are new to this case and you're in it now, you probably be thinking, what the... This isn't reality. This is not the real world. And once again, we've heard a lot about the harassment from Turtle, Turtle Boy and stuff like that, but we've not heard one thing about Karen. Yes, she's shouting, she's hysterical, yes. Andrew Burkhardt made a good point to saying she would have known where she dropped John off. Karen would have known. So it's not out of the realm of possibility why she looked in the direction she did look, because that's where she dropped him off. So no wonder she was the first one to see him the way they're making out. It's just, what makes me angry is let evidence speak for itself. Why create narratives like this woman did, Jen McCabe? She's creating narratives and stuff. It's like, just let the evidence speak for itself. And once she was like, oh, the search, Cellbrite data evidence will confirm that I didn't do it. No, it's not. It's not going to confirm that. It's going to confirm that I believe that it did or didn't happen. It doesn't always... Cellbrite isn't 100% always accurate. It basically is what they're going to testify to. So I don't know. Bring on Kerry. I hope so, Wendy. I hope so. Because if it's Kerry, what's going to happen then is Lali's going to drag this as much as possible. So we'll see. Mexi Texi in the house. Hey, Mexi. I'm become convinced, MJ, the judge does not believe this trial will finish, certainly not with guilty verdict, only explanation for so much reversible errors. To give her credit as well, I think the judge is good yesterday and today, I think, overall. I don't think she's been too bad. So, but I know what you mean, though. A lot of people think this. Tristan Keating took Chloe out. Kerry might be good with this if she talks too much. Defense can hopefully trip her. Well, it's been interesting because Matt McCabe also said that, if you remember, Matt McCabe said on the witness stand that, under oath, that his wife was the calm one. So Jen McCabe, he said, was the calm one. She's the one that everyone goes to for sympathy, for all that. Are you telling me that woman that we just watched yesterday and today is a calm, sane person that you would go to for sympathy and stuff? I think the jury, if they noted down she's a calm person, must be thinking, fucking hell, what is that about? So going to your point, because she said it doesn't mean she's talkative. I mean, I think Kerry might be talkative, but Jen is just probably throwing that out there as well. So I'm not sure. But it's interesting, the bombshell of her saying that Amy, I don't remember what she said. The wow thing that Kerry said was that John liked Amy or something, and that Karen was just a glorified babysitter. Is that it? Is that the whole shock horror? What was said? I don't know. Hey, love to create. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Merch. I missed a bunch of Jen. She's done. Get out. Shut the front door. This should be an American Crime Story. Like, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm way behind again. Yeah, we'll find out for a second. Do you know what? Why the fuck am I doing this with chat? Why am I always so behind the chat? Sorry, I'll get up to real time. I'm trying to look at all the questions. I agree. Oh, Susanna. Oh, Susanna. Oh, Susanna, all day and night. Oh, Susanna. Oh, Susanna. Jen is a lizard. I half expected her to lick her eyeballs. Crafty Cat, I hope that Kerry is totally peed off with Jen. She's watching. You could be damn sure. Well, she's not watched today. She's not watched today. So hopefully she is in a room out of that. Peak Microdot. Hey, also, it's like good work by you with Sean the other day, obviously, on MS. It pisses me off when she keeps going on, I have MS, I have MS. Yeah, we know. But that doesn't explain, okay, she's trying to say explains why she's spelling mistakes and stuff. It's just, I just don't like that. I just don't like that. And I thought by you, actually. Thank you, Love to Create. Thank you, my darling. Heather, that was the dumbest shit I've ever heard. This whole Amy nonsense. Ms. Shaggy up there made that shit. Hamburgers in the house. Hey, Dave, how you doing, fella? Ooh. Because you're so sweet. I do try, but you know what? All right, so I used to do streams with like 100 people, which is easy. You can just go through where you catch up and everything. I forget there's like 550 people here right now, and if people are writing, then there's no chance I can. I always forget about that. So by the time I start scrolling down, I'm like, why am I 20 minutes behind? I don't get it because I'm doing it fast. But yeah. I don't blame typos on MS or code. I'm typed like a weirdo. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Don't try and, like, you got MS. Okay, you've mentioned it. Let's not carry on with that. She could just said it once and that's it. Maybe it is true, but because she kept saying it, it's like, it makes it not believable. Yeah, you are right, Susanna. Video of the rally. Oh! Is that what they're trying to discuss now? Oh, hang on. Okay, Sue O'Connell says, this is the first time I've observed any lightness from the O'Keefe. Interesting. No, she's not saying anything. Jen's not saying anything on Twitter. Just said that they were on recess. Then no one's really saying anything at the minute. So we'll see. Oops, Dorothy, I saw your comment. They'll land in the UK, yes. Yes, I am in the UK. I'm from Wales. You know, I'm joking, lol. Your doc great. I don't know what you're joking about. It's all good, though. Hey, Cynthia, if I didn't say hello to you earlier on, hello, my darling. It's embarrassing that this is even going on in our courtrooms, making a total mockery around judicial system. If this is where we're at, rightly so, shameful. I agree. You have to acknowledge the intelligence of the person who can jump from story to story and still land on their feet, at least according to her. She messed up a few times, you know what I mean? But there's a few things that... So the one thing I'm not sure why he didn't get into, or maybe there's a reason. Do you remember when the first few days with one of the... Maybe Sarif or somebody, he said, who's that person in the background walking from the car into the house? That's Jen McCabe, isn't it? And he never addressed that again. I know some of you were asking, why didn't he address the whole conversation about the tail light and stuff? The reason is because it's now in evidence, because what's she going to do? Do you know what I mean? So it's now in evidence, which they probably will play at another point, showing Jen McCabe saying that Karen and Kerry and her were outside the house before they went into the house, with Karen showing the taillight. Well, the video doesn't show that. So imagine he's just like, well, I don't need to go into that. So I got that. Tick, done. How did you hear about Karen Reid? So I cover trials. All I do is cover trials every single day, basically. And it was probably last year, I would say Easter, summer of last year. Yeah, probably summer of last year or spring. I don't know. Anyway, last year, April, May, June, July, that time, I was searching for trials. And I like to search for different ones that other people don't cover. And I found Karen Reid. I found it. I just found about it. It must have been like a Tailboy article or something. I don't remember where it was. But I heard about it. I was like, oh, this is interesting. And I tweeted out about, does anyone know about this Karen Reid stuff? Because I couldn't find any info on it. And then somebody tweeted back and say, go and follow this guy Tailboy. So I did. And I left it for a few months and stuff like that, but eventually got into it and started researching, got the documents, and yeah, that's how I got into it. Really, it was not long, probably nearly a year ago, you know. So, but I really got into it. It was before Christmas, so yeah, and that's when I mean, half my mods were like Hackster. She's into it. She was well into it. So. A lot of people on my viewers wanted to cover it as well, and Emma kept saying, "Are you doing Karen Reid, you know?" So I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, Susanna, hey, oh, Susanna. Can't remember what she said exactly. Just start off with what seemed like a little more of the Bev attitude we're used to towards the defense, but then Shane should probably just took it wrong. Yeah, I agree, Rich. I agree. We're back live again. How's it live? Yeah, what if you mean live as in that thing? Yeah, that Law and Crime doesn't do that ceiling fan thing. It doesn't. That's why I choose Law and Crime. It doesn't do the ceiling thing because a lot of people actually don't like the ceiling thing because it makes them sick. So, Mermaid, this is interesting because Young Jerks last night, the attorney, Bedro, he's adamant that they won't recall anybody, or because when you have to be on direct, it's different. So he doesn't believe, unless something significant comes out, he didn't believe that they would be recalling them. So we'll see. I thought the same as you, actually. But apparently he does not believe they will. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. How did you find Sean? So Sean, as I say, I was doing research into the case and I was looking at the taillight. And for a couple of weeks, Court TV came out with that thing of Karen reversing. I was like, if she hit the car, that's where it got cracked. But everyone's like, no, she smashed into John O'Keefe, you know. And I was about to go public with it, and then Erin Hack posted in, showed me a video of Young Jerks, and Sean was on it talking about the taillight, and I was like, I just met the guy, so I messaged him straight away, said, hey, do you want to come on my show? Because I'm going to do a show today or tomorrow, and your thought process is the exact same thought process as me. It doesn't look broken to me at 508. So how could she have hit him and all that taillight be at 34 Fairview? And he did. He jumped on and we started talking. We'd speak most days, and then hey presto, we're here. You know. So I love Sean to bits. He's great. Back on. It's not back on. The fan's back on, but the trial's not back on. So, ooh, there you go. Reporters aside, she announced she's switching to a. Do you know what really angered me was when she said, after my daughter testified, and she left here with me and she got abused, and oh my God, they were telling me to kill myself. I was like, show me the cameras. Show me where when you were walking out of court or when you reached outside the court that happened. You lying bint. Liar. I mean, she could see she's getting so agitated. Uah! I know, we just made 7K subscribers, Hamburger. I know. How do you mean? I just answered that there, so that's fine. I've just answered that. It was a 20-minute recess. How long we could be going now? Because I've got Court TV open as well, just in case. So I've got 2 streams going, and Court TV's got the fan going. Celine Dion, as people say. Ah, okay. No, some people will go live. Fine, I got you. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you with the Shamrock. Sean found you though. Okay, go to the breaks or back live. Got to the breaks. So Hackster's back live. Watch out, Hackster's about. Peter Trago's lawyer, states defense will likely I think they will. Yes, I think so, Mermaid. But Bedro was like, no, unless they got something specific, because Bedro's reasoning was this. I'm not sure if I'm butchering his name, but it's so more difficult to get anything out of them on direct. So unless there's something huge, he doesn't expect them to recall them. But I think that they will. I'm the same as Peter. I think so. But hey, this is what's great about it. We got different attorneys thinking different. And both are great. Peter's great, and Bedro's fantastic as well. So I love it. So essentially, there's no proper answer to it, really. So I think it's great, though. But I think, Mermaid, that they will, but only select few. I don't think they're going to. I can't imagine if they can impeach Jen McCabe and bring her back. There's so much. They didn't get into the 360 stuff either, Melly, Joe, somebody wrote to me, 2 people actually wrote to me and said, and I didn't know this was a thing. The fan makes them sick. So they asked me, can you not play it? Because I can't watch your streams when the fan's going, because it generally makes me feel sick. And I started watching it, and after about 10 minutes, I was like, fuck, it makes me feel sick. So that's why I don't play the fan. Oh, Susanna. Oh, my days, I can't believe it. Where are we now? Have you looked at the fiasco that is Richard Allen case of Delphi, Indiana? Talk about tobacco, what a shit show this is. So I haven't. I started looking into it. The reason I've not looked into it is because there's no cameras allowed. There's no media. So I don't really want to cover something that then doesn't follow into a trial. Andrew Burkhart's covering it. So Andrew's going to be going to court every day to watch it live. So when it does happen. So that's the reason I'm not following, is because there's no cameras allowed, which sucks. And if you cover something, you want to cover it, not cover it. That makes sense. Vixie says, Vixie Blaze. Hey, Vixie, I did a video of my thoughts on the trial, and a few hours later, Sean went on the rant pretty much saying the same thing. There you go. Hey, great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Yeah, I thought the same. Sorry that I meant to put. I don't worry, I missed it now. But it is Dorothy. But you know what, right? I feel karma. I believe in karma. I believe if you lie and you do the wrong things, I think it comes back. It comes around to hit you, to bite you on the ass. So I think if you do the right thing, the world will treat you well. Obviously, that's not always the case, but I do believe if you lie, then what goes around comes around. And for that family, I believe I've said it on record. I don't know what happened to John O'Keefe. I can speculate. I do not know what happened to him. I don't know who killed him. I don't know what happened. Right? We can all speculate and stuff like that. I just know that Karen didn't do it. I believe that Karen didn't do it, and I do believe that these witnesses, like she says, calls herself, are lying to cover something up. What they're covering up, I don't know, but I think karma will come around. 99 days until the NFL. I can't wait for the NFL. College football, NFL. Oh, I'm like a pig in shit when that comes around. Can't wait. Did AJ point out how Karen very clearly did not stop and show the two witches the broken taillights? No, he never got to the point, but it's in record. So in some ways, love to create, he doesn't need to go through it because he could potentially use it another way. So, you know, there's so many ways he could use it. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Gina Gomez. Thank you so much, Gina, for the $10 super chat. Thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Right, hang on. Is there anything more on Twitter then? No, that's not Twitter. That's not Twitter. Where's Twitter gone? There it is. Oh, X, sorry. I should say X. Boston Mike, thank you for your tweet. Okay, Microdots has posted something. Thank you, Boston Mike. I'll try and play that at lunch break now. Recess is almost over. Let's start a new thread, Jen says. Okay, so recess is still going, but it's nearly over. Let me see this then. How long is this? So they're still out. So what I'll do is I'll play you this. It's 17 seconds because the court's not back yet. So hang on. So yeah, I mean, listen to again. I don't know, man. I hope the jury can hear some stuff. Share screen. Let me get the fan up as well. So I've got two streams going. Well, I thought they could have, Miss Dan, gone into the whole, didn't she start phoning other people's workplaces as well? Hello, Gina. Smash the thumbs up, folks, and hello all. Thank you, Gina. Yes, please. Oh, we got 632 likes. I think that's the most likes I've ever had. So please keep it going. Let's get to 700 likes. I've never had 700 likes before. So please, if you have not liked the video, please like it. This girl is on fire. 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 Cover the Sandra Bush book. Joe, I've done 2 episodes of it already. See my playlist. I've done 2 episodes. Oh, Lindsay, thank you very much, Lindsay, for the PayPal. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for that, Lindsay. Very kind of you. Right, where's the court? Right, hang on. Whilst I can, then. Whilst I can, let's do this then. Because I forgot. Sorry, I'll show it quickly for you guys. No. I said T. Crow, thank you very much. Oh, crap. Let me take myself away from there then. Save. Update. Thank you, T. Crow. Vicky, thank you. Newbie here. Nice to see you, fellow Brit covering. Thank you. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, T. Crow. Thank you, Vicky. And Vivian, bought 3 coffees. Thanks, Delan. Thank you to you, Vivian. Let's refresh just in case. Oh, someone is now a member. I thought I was already a member. Hopefully this works. Love you all. Thank you, someone. I'm not sure who you are yet, but I'll find out. Thank you for becoming a member as well through Buy Me Coffee. Thank you very much. You should now have a link to Discord. So please join us on Discord. If you're a member on Buy Me a Coffee, then you get a Discord link where we discuss the Can Read stuff. And okay. But yeah, Sandra Birchmore is a case that I have done 2 episodes on. I stopped because people get annoyed with me because my belief is that there's something not good happened there. And I looked at the TikTok video and it looked like to me that officer, there's something dodgy with it. And we picked out, if you remember, if you watched it with me, the chat was awesome. We were picking out loads of stuff that was wrong with the coats and how disheveled he was. Was there a different coat he was wearing on the way out? And anyway, you got to watch it. But I will go back and do Sandra Birchmore. I also want to do Brian Walsh as well. Because literally, I would say 60% at least of my viewers now are Boston people. So how quick will it be when Kerry implodes? I know nothing about Kerry, if I'm being honest, so I'm not sure. I know she's going to be well prepped, that's for sure. But imploding, I'm not sure. I don't know. Hopefully, quite soon. Erin. But you've got to remember as well, it's Lally. So the first 2 hours at least is just going to be snooze fest. Rugby to NFL. And Dave, I got to disagree now, sir. I am a big NFL fan. Here we go. We're back. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oosh. Which is why I want to cover MJ.
Thank you. Please be seated. Quarterback.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only only insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Kerry Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
Here we go, people. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see how talkative she is now.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kerry Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days? Yes. And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th. Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got home?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
At McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Kent?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school again?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Pat?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually, she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that, sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them. She sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So
Yes, Lily, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what, if any, knowledge that you have in reference to the people that you date?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Kerry?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. And I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep. No.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's
Say that again?
wearing. Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
I just ask the record reflected application by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered it.
Yes, in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Thank you. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Kerry. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
So at the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, "What was that?" I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
And the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it. And I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line. And I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said, no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, "Can you try and call him?"
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make a phone call initially to Camden Police. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Camden Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, "Where are you? I'm in the car." And she said, "I'm at Jen's house." And I said, "Jen who?" She said, "Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car." And I said, "Okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him." And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, "Do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house?" She said, I don't know. I didn't look." So I said, "Let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking two cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows." So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the Hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that time?
I picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, "No, I saw you pull up to my sister's house." And then at some point in the conversation, she said, "What about my taillight? What about my taillight?" And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, was that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the call?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, you your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation with Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park?
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
And when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving, and Miss Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
But what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer.
Do you recall what color it was?
Dark gray.
And as far as Miss Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV.
Recall what color that was?
Black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Sorry.
Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, or the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of it.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are 2 garage doors, one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? You've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding towards security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, is in behind it?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? No.
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom. which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people who live there as well as people who were visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway, video number 154. Ask you this, pause after this. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they are.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so was that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and whatnot?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning, and you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video. Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone.
How do you know he had it on his
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or.
That's something you did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight of area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch the sleeve on that or something.
And now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house to take off your shoes. What happened?
I started looking, Jen started looking, Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go.
Now,
He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Right.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was defendants, whether it was kids?
I don't know if it was the defendants at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it that
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
collapse into snow? Yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 92. Yeah, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that day?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds. Right from there. Still see the deposit there. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen from this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press that again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in your portion of it.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just a moment. So I'm going to show you just two photographs, actually, to just look at those from finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection? No objection. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, sidebar. Sidebar. Let's do a sidebar. I mean, there is 0.0% chance that she saw what she pointed out that she saw. When did you see it, Kerry? Because on that video, when you walk it in, you did not look at that car. When did you see it, Kerry? Because that does not look anything like you're describing it, Missy. And do you see what she said? So Jen, obviously here, we spoke about this in the break. Jen, hang on, to the left, everyone up to the sidebar with Bev. Here we are. So Jen had said that when they arrived at John's house, that's when Karen took her and Kerry to point towards the taillight. Now Kerry said, "Oh, I thought it was then. I must have been wrong. I must have been wrong. It must have been on the way out." But allegedly, there's no video on the way out. How convenient. Oh, did she? I must have missed that then. Sorry. Sorry. Good catch, Sea-Dog. Sometimes I get it wrong. Sean's coming back after the break. Say it loud. Was it too loud? Yeah, that is true, right? First time I've heard about piece of metal, but this is where somebody said it as well in chat about this is probably where they're going to say about the abrasions and stuff like that. So this is. There you go, Di. There you go, son. I hope Little. I got every confidence in Little. Let's do it. I got every confidence in her. Let's do it. Let's see the dynamite Little, what she's got here. I'm quite surprised with how aligned she is with Jen McCabe. The bed is made.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car from the property, correct?
Yes.
This is appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Dillon, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that way. Okay. So you can take it. Now you go look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at Jen's. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes.
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
Correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview?
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
You go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to the estate if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, you could play from there. I could ask him to stop right there. Mr. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal or consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane, and I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Oh, pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, had you seen anything as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is? That
The driver's side.
so she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle on the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, "Oh my God." And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
Well, I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask us to plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera handle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could just press play for a moment. Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
With the pointer?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about this.
Do you have your problem? You can run? Huh?
Visuals on screen again. They're just using the laser pointer to direct your attention to those arms.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Ms. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me take you back, sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out, rubbed the snow.
And to recall, you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, Was that consistent when you're there, sort of in front of the house?
Yes,
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first, or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long, maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any of the amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing and where was Ms. McCabe and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying about him?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
So you call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection. Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay. All right, jurors will take the luncheon. Please, Robert, and the jurors will know if you can just.
Yep.
Sure to be closed and leave your books on your chairs. All right, jury out.
So you might see Turtle Boy is in there somewhere. Aiden.
Goodbye.
I thought they might have something right.
Hey there,
Oh.
Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime.
Shut up. Right, hang on. I'm going to mute that. I'll go show you a tweet here. Hang on. Play. Present. Share screen. So, Aidan Kearney. So, Aidan's in the courthouse now. He is actually in there waiting. No, waiting. He's actually in the courthouse for this testimony. He's allowed to be in there for Karen. So he posted, Colin Albert testified that he has never been in a fight. We just received a video of what the sender claims, and that's important, the word claims, to be Colin in a fight. He loses to a ginger in sandals. Article coming later after confirmation. So that's your video. Allegedly, that's Colin. Let me see if I can get a better picture. Get a better picture. Let's do this. Right. Let's do the tightrope again. Let's do the tightrope again. Ooh. Right, this is the one I want. Because this is the one I want, girl. This is the one I... Oh, I don't know if that is him or not. Is that Colin? I have no idea. It looks a bit like him, but I'm not sure it is him. I don't know. Well, he does look like him, but... And then there's another photo as well. Let's see, have a look at the other photo. Because you're the one I want, girl. Downloads. Let me download it. This is the other picture. Hang on. Stop screen. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. That's him. Well, allegedly that is Colin. I don't know. So people that knows Colin will know straight away if it's him or not. So I think us as lay people won't know properly. So, people, well, I mean, they're going to corroborate it, validate it. They're going to validate it. Let's see if there's the other one as well. No, the other one is too distorted. You can't see the other one. So, people say it's definitely him. I don't know. So anyway, I just put that out there for you guys. I don't know. It's as I say, I'll just post it again for you guys, just so you can make your own minds up. Aidan Kearney, Dr. Turtleboy, Colin Albert testified that he's never been in a fight. We had just received a video of what the sender claims to be Colin in a fight. He loses to Ginger Sanders. Article coming later after confirmation. Is see some people. That's funny. They're just playing grab ass, Melanie says. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. But there we are. I don't know. I'm not sure if Mighty Meat's around. Are you here, Mighty, or what? Then I'll get this back up. But anyway, it's interesting to me how people send Turtle Boy stuff. Do you know what I mean? Right, let me get this, the stream off. Right, share screen. I'll get this one up again so we can all see it here. So when it does come up, we'll know. Mighty Meat, where's Mighty Meat? I thought, oh, hang on, unless he's messaged me. Oh, hang on. Oh, cool. Okay, Mighty Meat's coming in a couple of minutes. He's in Detroit, so we have to give him a little bit of time. So we'll hear. So for those that don't know, Mighty Meat is a ex-law enforcement, and he is obviously got some insight. He came into this case not knowing anything about this case, so I'm intrigued to hear what he has to say. Now, obviously, this is a good point for everybody to grab some food, grab some drinks, whatever. Actually, some of you actually do some work, maybe. Do you know what I mean? Erin Hack, Josie, Murph, everyone. So, so yeah, if you need a break. But as I say, I'm trying to keep it going through lunchtimes because some people like Heather have nothing to do. So so when you've got a potty mouth, I try and keep it going. So normally you have Tragos, but today you got me and Mighty. So and then on Friday you're gonna get Die Boy back on as well. So yeah, I don't know what's going on in chat, but everyone chill the fuck out, guys. Chill the out. I'm not sure what's going on. I know you're going to deal. I'm going to let the mods deal with it. I don't deal with that. But yeah, chill out. Whatever's happening. As I say, Mighty Meat. Oh, here he is. Talk about him. You wanted Peter Tragos? I give you Mighty Meat.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, you're low. You're low. Can't hear you.
Hang on, I don't have.
No, perfect.
I have sound. Why don't I have sound?
No, perfect. You're perfect. Mighty, you're perfect. Oh, you don't have sound. Fine. You don't have sound. That's all right. That's all right. Well, as Mighty Meat is, preparing that, we'll see. Hey, Perry's in the house. Hey, Per. London gangster Perry in the house. I love it when the people from London Town are in. I don't know what that is. Somebody's commented. I don't know what that is. Why do I have that? I do try and get back to everyone's comments as well, if I can. Anyway, I can't deal with that right now. What do we think? I mean, Jesus Christ Almighty. She's hitting stuff. Kerry's hitting the stuff, same as Jen. There's a few discrepancies because some of you caught it. I didn't catch it, but some of you caught it about Kerry saying that Jen and Karen wanted to go to 34 Fairview, but Jen said that Kerry wanted to go to 34 Fairview. So there's a few discrepancies. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. But I do roll my eyes a few times. I hope that the jury are rolling their eyes as well. Here he is. He's back. Go on, speak to me.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
StreamYard changes my settings every single time I jump in after the newest update. So
StreamYard's a piece of shit, man. I've had so many problems. Last week I couldn't even stream. Well, I did, but I had to restart the whole thing again. It was when my camera wouldn't work. And anyway, doesn't matter. Nice to see you, buddy. How are you?
I'm good, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, not bad. Thank you. Obviously, covering this case, you've been following quite diligently. I've not spoken to you, obviously. So, what are your thoughts so far, especially with the McCabe and stuff like that? Any bombshells?
So, here's my question to chat. Anybody, your haters, whoever wants to, please provide me a single piece of legitimate evidence that Karen murdered somebody, or even accidentally killed somebody. Please provide me just a single piece of anything, because I haven't heard it the entire trial. It's been disproving. I mean, they're essentially playing defense. They're disproving the defense's claims or what they think is going to come up in the defensive claims, but they haven't proved a single thing. There has not been a single piece of evidence put forward to say, this is it. So it's crazy. It's crazy. So
I know that the haters are saying that the aha moment is the fact that she said, I hit him. That's why they're playing that up so much. Do you know what I mean? Which, if you give that to them, right, you give that to them, fine, okay, she said it, that's probably the strongest piece they got so far. If you give it that to them. But apart from that,
well, let's break that down. So one, that's heavily contested. There's a lot of people saying that didn't happen or something alternate happened. That is a heavily contested piece of evidence. That's first. But sure, let's just hand that to him. That does not prove a murder at all. Not even close. Not even, I mean, that does not get you over the threshold at all. Even if we give that to him, yep, Karen said it. She said it 3 times, blah, blah, blah. Jen McCabe, obviously. I think you're still in the kind of yellow orange, so I don't want to move you into the red. So, but what a lying bitch! Holy hell! The entire thing is just lies. I mean, and if you're ever on a giving testimony, like the flip from I know every single detail to I know absolutely nothing. Like that's not a good look when you flip to the opposition side and you're like, nope, I don't know. I don't know if I made that call. I don't know if I did that. I don't know if I did that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just such a bad look.
But I agree. I totally agree with you. And a few people have said different things here. But actually, Marky, sorry, finish what you're going to say. I'm not going to cut you off. Sorry, finish what you're going to say.
No, you're totally fine. And there's also on top of that, there's just so many inconsistencies in the statement. And I thought I forget the lawyer's name, terrible names that crossed her. Jackson. Okay. I feel like Jackson could have went a little harder. But he didn't. I get it's a tactic. I get that she's, star witness or whatever, but I would have liked to seen him go just a little bit harder on that one.
But do you not think that might be because they sensed stuff from the jury? Because there was a tweet yesterday that somebody tweeted in, one of the journalists who said they weren't sure whether the jurors were pissed off with Jen McCabe or whether they started to get really pissed off with Jackson with his line of questioning. So maybe he was like, "Nah, I gotta ease off a little bit here," because they're in the room, they're watching everything the jury is saying and doing. So maybe that's why. Maybe they're like, "Oh, hang on." His feedback was like, "Just step it back a little bit." I don't know. I'm speculating. Obviously, I have zero idea. I'm just trying to throw that out there as maybe a reason. Maybe. But
no, I completely understand that, and of course we're not in the room, and it's easy to Monday morning cornerback and say what we want.
Goff, yeah,
right. Hey, Goss,
pay too much, but yeah,
he's gonna get a statue. Like they're gonna pay another $212 million for a gold statue when he brings us Lombardi. But so it's easy to sit back and criticize, and that's more of a I just wanted to see her burn than anything else. Yeah. So, but I think you did all right. So
as Bex has got here, please go subscribe to my twin brother here from another mother, Mighty Meat. If he takes his hat off, we're literally like twins. So please do, yeah. Literally, we're like twins. Right, got a couple of questions here. As we're going through, this is a good point by Tim. You've obviously been involved in investigations and stuff like that. The blood says everything. Well, the blood, how much is that going to play? Because they weren't sanitized. Also, it's a head injury, and there's only 6 dots or whatever blood. There should be blood everywhere, surely.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right. Well, so it just doesn't lend to, like, it doesn't lend to that he was hit right there, had the head injury, and hey, what's up, Steven? Thank you. Had the head injury and then died right there on the spot. Because you'd have pools of blood, you'd have blood everywhere, especially from a head wound like that. So, I don't know. The whole thing just doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't add up. If you're thinking about it, it just doesn't add up. So,
and that is just like, as a juror, I'd be going, what. And also, like, to give Lally credit, I was like, why is he putting all this at the start? But he's just trying to get everyone to forget about it. That's all he's trying to do, is forget all the crap at the start, forget about it, because he wants the jury to not remember any of this stuff. You know, he wants it to be like, this is what the expert says, and obviously Celebrate expert is going to obviously say what they're going to say. But yeah, all this testimony that they're speaking about is BS. Merv Turf says it's the I hit him plus the taillight plus she didn't take off her shoes off. That proves she is guilty. Come on, people.
The shoes thing. Yeah. I mean,
cheek there by Murph.
What's up,
obviously. But it is tongue in cheek, but it is a sense of that's what they're trying to portray, though, that John's OCD, he's a tidy freak and stuff. And Karen didn't give a shit. She just walked in there with her boots. Well, if you're looking for your partner, why wouldn't you just go storming in looking for you know, and the bed was made. Oh my God. It's like, oh my God, this is so sad, in my opinion, anyway. Because for this very reason, Mighty, this is scary. Karen could be you or me or anyone. Very scary, you know. Vixie says Jackson should have said your friend ? You mean that guy or the man laying in the snow? Yeah, you may have missed that. Heather agrees with you. I thought he let her off easy too, but that's just my inner hateful bitch emerging out from the depths, from the depths of 4'11" self. But yeah, I mean, everyone's going to look at it, interpret it differently, and stuff like that as well. So it is hard, but that's why it's good to have different points of view. And you, Mighty, obviously you got experience, but you know, trials, and you've worked in there, law enforcement stuff. Like that. I was just like, there was a question this morning about, why is even Trooper Proctor there as a lead investigator? You know, this is some dodgy stuff, man. You know, in your experience, that's not normal, obviously. But is it what? Why is he not there? You know, why are they hiding him? Or will they even call him? Do you think?
I think if you don't call him, you're. So again, I think that it was set up like we've seen every other trial, where you fluff. You put emotional testimony, and then you put in your closest kind of star witness, and then you put in the experts, and then you put more fluff to finish. I just think the Commonwealth is terrible at the strategy. Like they have not executed at all the strategy. So it's going to be interesting. I think that it's a white flag if you don't see Proctor on the stand. Either that, or they're going to burn him to the ground and say, oh, well, he's under federal investigation for X, Y, and Z, and he's chosen not to testify. Like, and that might come from the Commonwealth just to cover their ass in this situation. I don't see how you don't call him. So.
This is why it's interesting, because looking at it back and now, I would have thought that they would have brought him on first, or one of the first few. So let's bury him, and then let's just rebuild this case. You know, as much as we can. Potentially it could have done that. I don't know, because I think if they're going to end with him, it's not going to look good for the jury. My only concern is that they don't call him because he's now officially co-lead detective. So they might be like, well, we don't need to bring Trooper Proctor because he's the co-lead detective. That's why we brought on the other whatever his name was. I don't remember his name now. Because that's how they might try and sell it. And I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put past them that they don't put him on the stand, because I just think it's going to be a little bit of a game over if they do put him on. Hypothetical from Greg for you here, Mighty. Even if she backed into John, how do you explain the extent of the injuries?
Well, how do you explain the extent of the injuries? Because I think we'll see that with the competing experts. Obviously, we're going to see, you know, an expert from the Commonwealth side, and then the defense is going to put up an expert. And I think it'll be more interesting because, like I said, I have very, very limited knowledge of the case coming in. And I did that semi-intentionally. So very limited. So I know that there's injuries to the extent that weren't caused from a car accident, but I would probably like to wait to see what the experts say and have the testimony and evidence presented so that I can make a clear distinction. But from just gut feeling, no, it didn't come from a car. So.
And I know a lot of people scoffed, you know, the anti-Karen Reeds were like, there's no dog DNA, there's nothing, but there's pig DNA. Did you know what I mean? It's like, what? Also, how is this? Like, there's no evidence of where they swabbed, how they swabbed. There's nothing. It's just like, yeah, you just swabbed. I mean, do you swab a pig pen? What did you swab? Do you know what I mean? It's like, this is ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? So it's just shoddy work, man. You know, I don't know. I mean, did you watch the DNA expert when she testified about it all? Did you watch that part of it at all or not?
Yeah. I would have been heavily reprimanded had I put DNA in a solo cup and didn't have chain of custody, if not completely fired at my previous employer. That's insane. You carry evidence bags, you carry collection equipment in your cruiser, and if you don't, then you're wildly unprepared. And I would imagine a city, it's not. We're not talking about 2-officer city. We're talking about, I think there's 40, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around that ballpark of 40. Like, it's just insane that they wouldn't have evidence collection and proper chain of custody in a department that big. So
it's mad. I agree. Beth says everyone has testified that Karen wasn't drunk, even the bartenders. Yet now they're all talking like she was completely wasted and doesn't remember a thing from the night before.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So let's go back to that. So even if let's give the Karen Reed is a monster crowd just a little bit of red meat. Let's placate them just a little bit. She's drunk. She hits him. That's not murder. That's not murder 1. That's not murder 2. At best, it's manslaughter. You could have reckless homicide with the alcohol component, but you have no testing or anything to prove that she was drunk. And again, all the testimony says that she wasn't. So where do you get to murder in this? And of course the state's going to throw in lesser included and all that garbage, but
it's already in. She's got 3 charges: 2nd degree manslaughter and leaving the scene of an accident.
Okay.
They're all in already.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is, but the thing is with this case is you either believe she hit him or not. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But then I suppose if you do believe she hit him, was it intentional? Was it, I suppose that's when it comes to it then. But I mean, there's no evidence yet. I know there's talk of the box in the car and in the console. Like Mike, the thing is, we're jumping here, but it's like there's so much that they're trying to say. Smokes and mirrors, just look at the console. What do you do your tour? Look at the console. Look at here. Look at the. But what relevance does any of this have? If they're not fitting it together at the minute, I know there's more to come. And somebody mentioned here about. Sorry if I missed it. Somebody said about the bar stuff. There's more to come from the bar. Oh, you go. MJ said, "Do you believe there is still more bar testimony to come? Maybe the owner, video trooper reviewed and receipt from McCarthy's. But even if there is, it's still a bit like they didn't breathalyze her on the night. They took Erin Hack knows all this stuff. I don't, but they took blood from her testing, but it wasn't testing for alcohol. It was testing for something else, so it's not even accurate. Was to say she didn't get home and just thought, you know what, just wants to relax, down some vodka or something just to chill out. We just don't know. It's just hearsay. All of this is circumstantial, but we know, Mighty, unfortunately, sometimes circumstantial is enough for some juries, which I hope not for this jury. I hope
juries are a coin flip, brother. The one thing is, I'm pretty sure that every single person there in that town is drunk on a semi-regular occurrence and driving. So
Tim says,
exactly. Like the testimony of everybody. Yeah, I had 6 beers and then I drove home. You are over the legal limit at 6 beers, even as a guy my size. Like you're over the legal limit. So there's a lot of DUI happening there. But
Tim says, did the taillights lens have wings? Must have to have flown all the way up to John's body instead of dropping to the ground at point of impact. Tim, that's funny. It's not funny, but it's funny if you know what I mean. Erin Hack says, I just went back and listened to Erin O'Keefe's testimony. She did say she spoke to Karen that morning. Erin had called Karen, and Kerry took the phone from Karen to talk to Erin. Okay, I don't remember that bit, but yeah. Thanks, Erin Hack. So the first second, Kerry inserted herself, taking Karen's phone from her to talk to Erin. Okay, so basically she's saying that Kerry essentially inserted herself right there. I'm not sure if you caught this, right? The Jen McCabe said on the stand earlier on about how she spoke to John's mother, and John's mother was the one that told her and Kerry, get your timelines together, ready for trial. Now, this is the same day that John died. So I think that's a bit wrong there, Jen. I think you misspoke there, because why are you preparing for trial? Why do you think there's a trial? Do you know what I mean? When you spoke to her that morning and she says to you, oh, hey, get your timelines together, girls. Just get ready for trial. So there's a lot of this stuff happening here. And I don't know if the jury are picking up on it, if the defense are going to portray it or not. I don't know. It's tough. But I don't know. What are the thoughts have you got? Anything that sticks out for you? You know, I know I'm jumping, but anything?
Yeah, a couple things. Well, one, anytime that you have to extensively put together a timeline of events and coordinate stories, you're probably lying. Just plain and simple. Like, memory is pretty good. So, and you're not expected to have a crystal clear, step-by-step memory, just kind of a general deal. So to think that you need all this extensive work into putting together this thing is I mean, it doesn't look good, again, and shouldn't to a jury. But then the other thing that I can't rectify, and I'm excited for the Celebrex expert, because I know Celebrex fairly well.
Oh yeah, good.
So it's, how in the hell does she rectify that she didn't search at 2:23 the first time? How long does it take to die in the cold? Like, that was a bad play on, I think, on her part, to be like, no, it didn't happen. Like, I didn't do it that time. Like, yeah, they're pretty accurate. So,
because do you know much about this? Talking about it, because you know more than me about this, but the whole Life 360 stuff then as well.
Yeah, so it's basically a surveillance app for your kids. So generally it's used for kids. I've seen it several times, and it logs everything. It's not perfect, but it's accurate enough to be reasonably accurate. Like, you're not going to get wild swings. Like, it's not going to say I'm in central Utah. I'm in Detroit. Like, it's going to show some. It might show, the east side or East Point, but it's not going to show that I'm in, like, Utah or something. So it's fairly, fairly decent. But yeah.
I was Alicia, our wonderful Alicia. She sort of educated me on this and was like, it doesn't pinpoint to the exact location, but you can build it so there's a radius of, like, you can put a radius of 2 miles. So once you enter that, you're basically put at the school, even though you're not. You can enter it saying, okay, she's in the 2 mile radius, so technically she's at the school, and that's how we work. So when she says she couldn't get to the school from her house because it was like the 2-minute window and the drive is like 5 minutes, well, technically she could have, the daughter this is, driven, because depends on how far her radius was around the house and around the school. So yeah, it might not be 100% accurate, but it's, as you say, it's pretty sound, I would imagine. And here we go. Shout out to Alicia as well. Shout out, Alicia.
Hey, Alicia.
But how are they going to rectify this, right? Because obviously the experts for the experts, and obviously one expert is saying that he's going to say Celebrite is not reliable, basically. And another expert's going to be like 100% she deleted it, and I got all the evidence here. As a juror, how do you even, because he's expert for the expert, so it's a bit like, especially the Commonwealth one worked for Celebrite, so he'd be like, I know what I'm talking about, guys, because I worked there, and I think he's going to say, well, I can't say you should delete it or not, but it is quite common for this to happen. is I think what he's going to be saying under oath, which is
I think so.
the case.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm really excited to hear him testify, because if they're like, no, well, there's errors in it. Well, that's a dangerous precedent to set for your local area, because these same cops would use, this data, and that's the most disgusting thing is both sides would use. They'll say it's unreliable this week, but next week use it to pin somebody down and put them away. So
yeah, true.
It's, I mean, things are not perfect, but it's pretty damn reliable, and I've never had a problem with it. So
yeah, so we'll see, brother, on that one. We will see on that one. Jimmy says, I'm interested to see. Interesting, she was the first person to bring up the plow. The whole original plan was to have a. Yeah, so this is allegedly what the plan was, to have the plow driver as basically the person that killed John O'Keefe. That was the original plan, allegedly. We don't know that for a fact, but until Karen, the whole thing with Karen happened, they were going to blame it on Lucky, the plow driver. That's why they set it up like that. So it is interesting how she brought that up. I don't know, man. Hello, Heather, as well. Hello, everybody. Darcy, Gina, everybody. I do think that Jackson's done well in the terms of placing, because obviously everyone says, "Oh, we've seen an SUV and stuff." Now, some people say that it's all Higgins. Some people don't see Higgins, and then the way he played with Jen about, so you could see everyone, everything. You could see the SUV move, and she's like, "Yeah, I saw everything." And it's like, "So where was the body?" And she's like, It's like you got caught out there, But I don't see. I know I'm biased, right? But how the fuck do you not see a body on your lawn if it's that small? You got lights on it and everything. You see everything else, but you don't see a body. I don't know, man. I don't know. Possible, obviously, anything's possible, obviously. But when you got in all the final details down, but then I would think they would see a body. But just me personally, what's your thoughts?
So I'm going to push back, and I'm just doing it to play devil's advocate. I don't believe a damn thing that I'm about to say. I'm just doing it to be devil's advocate. But have you ever seen that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Normal me.
Yeah.
You ever seen that video where you're looking at, I forget what it is. You're looking at something, and there's a monkey that walks across, and you have no idea that the monkey's there. Have you ever seen that video?
No, I've never seen it.
I'll send it to you later. It's nuts. Like, there's a big guy in a gorilla costume that walks across, and you don't see it because you're fixated on something else. And so perception and your ability to see things is a fallible thing, because we get focused and trained on one thing, and you miss other portions. And we see this all the time with testimony and witnesses and reliability and that kind of stuff. So it's not the most uncommon, but I absolutely think she's lying. And she caught herself when she was doing the table thing. Well, I can see the table. Well, that's about where the body would be. So, I don't know.
No, I got you. As Gina says, she's seen that as well. I mean, I don't know, man. It's hard to believe. Like, people say, how can there be conspiracy of like 70 people? I don't think anyone's saying there's 70 people involved. I think it's a small amount of people involved. I also think there's some people there that might, believe what they're saying, because they're like, well, no way could this have happened, or they've misremembered, whatever. But there's a core here. When Jen McCabe said she wanted to keep her circle tight, and they went off text messages to keep it tight, I think she's telling the truth. Do you know what I mean? She was keeping it tight. She wanted the adults in the room to be the only ones that know what's going on here, and they can start manipulating. Because why else would she ask for screenshots of Nagel, Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel, their text messages that evening to see what time they arrived and stuff like that? Why would they do all that stuff? I don't know, man. It's just Big D Dog says, I saw that. I missed a gorilla.
I sent it to you in Discord.
Oh, did you? Okay.
It's crazy. So
let's see if I can. Oh, here we go. Right. Let me play this then, if everyone is here. Oh, it's only a minute and a half, so it's okay. We'll play this then.
Yeah, it's short.
Let's play this then. Present, share screen.
The monkey business illusion.
Oops. Hang on, I'll remove us now.
The monkey business illusion. Count how many times the players wearing white pass the ball. The correct answer is 16 passes. Did you spot the gorilla? For people who haven't seen or heard about a video like this before, about half missed the gorilla. If you knew about the gorilla, you probably saw it. But did you notice the curtain changing color or the player on the black team leaving the game?
No, I didn't.
Let's rewind and watch it again.
Like there's all kinds of stuff that you missed. So.
Yeah, shit. I didn't get any of that. Hang on.
Here comes the gorilla, and there goes a player, and the curtain is changing from red to gold. When you're looking for a gorilla, you often miss other unexpected events.
Wow.
And that's the monkey business illusion.
That's fantastic.
So when you're looking for a car, you might miss that there's, but
I mean, yes, I get what you mean. Jesus, I did not honestly get that at all. I didn't see that at all.
It's an awesome video. Like it's great. So
let me call this lone crime back up again so that we don't miss anything. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I was like that. I was so smug. I was going 15, 16. Fuck you, Mighty. I could see the gorilla. This is amazing. I'm not a thicko. And then it's like, yeah, do you see the player leave and the curtains? No, I didn't see any of that. Damn. Oh, damn. But everyone got it right. 16. Maxi say, are we talking about the lack of Jen's eyeball vision? Yeah, we were, but now it's like, damn.
They play fighting. They might be.
Let's not jump to conclusions. Yes. You're behind. Yeah. No one's jumping to conclusions. It's all good. Yeah, anyway. Oh, what were we saying? I've lost that. I'm baffled now because of that. I am baffled about that. But yeah, it's more about the whole thing, wasn't it? About how can you miss something in front of you and stuff like that. Jeez, I hope they don't play that in court now and go, well, this is how easy. Lally be like, you see, this is how easy it is.
Yeah. I mean, we miss things. We're not perfect at recalling detail. We are very narrow-minded as humans, and we see that all the time in investigations and stuff. You really have to be able to expand what you're looking for. So. Yeah.
And Ms. Lynn said, I basically genius. You got it. Oops. I saw the gorilla, but basically genius. Heather says, no, that was more so just showing misdirection. When you're looking for, there you go. That's another way to spin. Yeah. When you look at one thing, it's easy to miss lots of other things. You see, you're not just a potty mouth, Heather. You're semi-intelligent as well. So well done to you. And she calls herself a basketball coach. But what happens when the car's gone? You look back and forth. You could think someone will see it. So there's a few indiscrepancies as well because I'm trying to think of all there's so many of them now. So you've got Julie Nagel and all them in the car. She says she sees a black blob. Jen and her husband don't hear her say that because I think they're like, no, that's just we can't go with that story anymore. But then Julie Nagel says they're on the car. Then Matt goes back in the house to get his car. But Matt says that he went in the car, no one left the car, and he drove off. So there's a lot of things wrong here because if he's gone back to get his coat, he's walking back in the direction of the body, so surely he would have seen it. So there's two doors. They say the main door, the side door, that has an impact because if you're through the main door, surely you see the body. I mean, there's just so many things. You have misdirection and stuff, I can see how easy it would be for jury to be totally confused right now. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, and I don't think for a second that a body was out there. It's not conceivable. It doesn't line up with the testimony. It doesn't make sense. I don't think the body was out there until maybe 4 or 5 o'clock after everybody went down and left. I think the most realistic scenario is he's probably killed in the basement and thrown out in the ditch. But that's kind of where I'm leaning at this point until I see something else. So.
Yeah, I don't know, the speculation, we could speculate on. It's just that whole blood thing for me. And it's interesting that Kerry just said that what was underneath John, his phone and just grass. So and then she's like, yeah, there's 3-4 inches of snow on top of him and stuff like that. So I mean, they're going to say that because obviously the EMT said it was just powder, it was nothing, but they're going to say that they both cleared the snow off of him and stuff like that, basically. So that's why he was camouflaged and stuff. So I don't know, man. It's just I always worry about how believable people come across. I don't think Jen McCabe was believable. I don't. But this woman, she started crying now. And also, let's be honest, I'm not going to say that it's all crocodile tears because I generally think she was probably friends with John. Do you know what I mean? And also, how much of this is she involved in the whole conspiracy? I don't know. So there's going to be a bit of emotion there anyway, But with Jen McCabe, she was forcing the cry. With this one, I don't know. I'm still out on it a little bit because if they are that close, then it is going to be impactful because you just lost your friend, But that doesn't excuse the lies and stuff like that either, So, man, it's just I'm interested to see how far she takes this. But it's just at the minute, like as someone that is coming new into this, does it sound scripted? Some of these testimonies, do they sound scripted or not to you?
Yeah, when you're, and I forget what the two phrases were, but the two things that I said, this is definitely scripted, and I'll jump to conclusion, Matt, with this one. But two things is a girl we knew from high school, and then in the recent testimony, I forget the other one, but I heard it and I was like, damn, they talk to each other. These are just not normal phrases that you use to describe events, people, things, and for them to use the exact same phrasing means that there was coordination between the testimonies. And again, it's not that hard to, if there's extensive coordination, somebody's lying. You're trying to get something together. So more often than not. So
this land is ours says, like, you're going to tell me, cop, don't get up and go outside and check on a body outside this house. So Mighty, if this was you now, in your days, I mean, not even in your days as a law enforcement, but even now, someone comes and bursting in your room to say there's a body outside. What's the first thing you do?
Oh, I'm immediately going out. Lock the doors, grabbing the old piece, and I'm walking outside because somebody's dead on the front lawn and I don't know what the hell happened.
And when he says peace, he means bow pow, not for UK lot. They'd be like, well, why are you holding your dick for? Do you know what I mean? Well, not that piece, the other piece.
I'd grab onto that too. I just make sure you have it all. But yeah, no, I would be concerned that something's going on. If somebody's dead in my front lawn, yeah, hell yeah, I'm concerned as to what's going on. Lock the house, tell the family to, stay inside, and I'd be outside. So
also, why don't you lock the house in the first place? You're a police officer. Do you know what I mean?
That blew my mind too, because this guy's a cop, and he's been a cop for a long time. And a couple things with cops, after you become a cop for that long, you get kind of twitchy. Like you get kind of, you're very. I wish there's a better way that I could explain it, but it's not going to come to me. You get twitchy. You get a little bit more. You're a little bit more quicker on the response time or the response to things. If somebody burst in my door screaming, That's not going to end well. That's not going to end well for anybody. So,
is your dog gonna bark though?
oh hell yeah, my dog doesn't bark. My dog does not bark unless somebody comes in the house that's not supposed to. Never barked until had somebody come over, didn't know him, and he barked for the first time. I'm like, damn, he can bark. But yeah, of course your dog's gonna bark. Of course your dog's gonna bark. Of course you're gonna go outside, and of course she did not run into their bedroom screaming as a seasoned veteran cop. Like that's just not a those aren't realistic things. Those don't happen. So
No, I got you, man. Spider Girl says John lost 3 liters of blood, but no pool outside. They ripped out the murder floor in the basement. I mean, the toilet overflow floor. I know they said it was that. Again, this are the jury picking up on all this? Are the defense going to be really hammering this home? This is all reasonable doubt, people. It's all reasonable doubt. I would be questioning this as a jury, going, but the blood, why not more blood? But obviously they're going to be like, well, it seeped into the grass, into the mud, and it just disappeared. That's what they're going to be trying to say. It's like, it doesn't work like that, people. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure you'd have seen more stains when you found like 45 pieces of taillight. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. Sheila says Kerry took 2 pieces of evidence: the blanket with John's blood that only she seen from a cut on John's head on the phone. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Again, how believable is this?
Right. So here's what I would hammer as the defense team, and this would be my focus, and this is where I would go. Coming from the law enforcement perspective, is the inconsistencies. You dumped your phone. You got rid of the carpet in your basement. You got rid of your dog. Like these are stacking up to where guilty people do that. Innocent people aren't gonna all get new phones at the same exact time, a week later, 2 weeks later, whatever it was. They aren't gonna replace the carpet in their basement. That the dog's not gonna be shipped off and you not tell somebody where it goes, but you automatically know where it is when you get to the stand. Like that kind of stuff. Those kind of inconsistencies and those kind of cover up things are kind of crazy. It makes me wonder if, and this is just speculation, allegedly, whatever qualifier I have to put on it, I'm not accusing anybody, but it makes me wonder if they were involved in something before, and it didn't maybe get the attention, and tight community, tight cops, and cops are like anybody else. They're out for themselves. They want to protect themselves, and they want to do what's best for themselves. And
yeah,
it's unfortunate, but that's the way police are.
And if you're in a small town and a prominent part of that town, then you think you can get away with murder potentially.
Yeah.
Christine says only time someone doesn't have to go see what's going on is when you already know what's going on. That's Brian Albert. Yeah, that's true. Paige says, Paige from Peabody says, hypervigilant to surroundings.
Yeah.
Caitlin Albert took Chloe with her and Tristan. Erin Hack thinks that as well. She thinks she took him in the rucksack. But yeah, no blood in Karen's car. No, there's not. And also, just Melanie, just so you know, they alluded to that, didn't they? They said in doing cross, the defense said, I'm not sure which one said it. Did you take Caitlin? Did you take Chloe? I was like, no. So, I don't know.
By the way, Tristan is not an ass. He's just a theoretical physicist. Like, he doesn't know what time it is because space-time's weird. But yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And Wendy, no, I agree. And Wendy says here, this is important. This is what I keep saying. I don't want to be negative by saying it, but jury don't know half the information we do. I hope they still see through the bullshit. And also, they can't be here discussing it at the minute or anything. So they don't get to see what we get to see. They don't get on Twitter. They only get to see what both sides agree to put in and the judge allows to put in. So that's why I'm like, they got their notebook and it's like probably just going. They tweeted about Jessica tweeted that a few jurors are on the second notebook. That's like Jesus. their notes, they must be going, oh my God, what does any of this mean? Try and put that together without any help, without like a Sean McDonough or, you know, any experts around you. Try and put it together without lawyers telling you what X, Y, and Z mean. You know, it's just impossible. And that's why I'm thinking they can't be catching all this stuff. So it's going to be interesting to hear what they actually do catch. And I think this is where it comes about Jen McCabe. How believable was she? I don't think she's believable, which is good. And, you know, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see.
Well, with that, I try to be out of the process. I try to, when I'm going to be invested in a case, I like to see what's in the case. And obviously I watch Dylan, but I tune him out most of the time. So I'm just catching what's going on in court. And I'm seeing more, obviously, than the jury is, because sometimes they're out, or, you know, comments, or Sean's great and he's had some good stuff. But I really try and sanitize, so I'm only seeing what's in the court. And just based on what's in the court, I don't see anything here. So,
yeah, I don't. Gina says, maybe I know, right? She wore. Where was John's hat, belt, and other shoe? Yeah, they found it eventually, I believe. But I don't like this comment. October girl, right? I don't like this. This is not what we're supposed to be slagging him, not actually praising him. So let's stop the nice comments to Mighty Me. This is the one guest he can absolutely slander if you want to.
Yeah.
No one else, no other guest, just Mighty Me.
Yeah. Thank you, October girl.
No, it's a nice comment. That is true. He won't be here otherwise, you know. So Chloe knocked out Jen's tooth. Ali, that's hilarious. Here we go. Erin said they have to be drawing family trees, so many players involved. Yes. And also Shelley said what's scary is that it would have happened to Carol if she would have also got in. I mean, yeah, we could speculate, but yeah, who knows? DD says, I totally agree. The Albers probably have a lot of skeletons in their closet. This is because you started saying stuff about this now, so people are believing you. Heather says, poor Tristan, he'd never be able to handle two high-maintenance girls. Chloe and Caitlin, the man doesn't do times, he'd crash and burn with a quickness. Now, he was a dull one. We need medical examiner expert. I think that will see it for Karen. Yes. I think that's true. I think the experts going to, I've said at the start, the experts are what's going to play a big part here, because this is what was good and bad, right? We are brought up to trust the police, the law enforcement and stuff like that, which is great, because there's a lot of great law enforcement people out there, you know, but there's corrupt ones. So we got to you got to pick, but we all trust the experts. So when a police officer says something on stand, you're going to believe them, you know. So that's why these experts are going to be so key for the case, you know. Look up Sandra Birchman article. Yeah, Corinne, I've done some episodes already about it. We'll go into it a bit more once this is all finished. But yeah, I'm not sure where Sandra Birchman was from, but I think it's a couple towns over from Canton. But the same kind of players are involved in the Sandra Birchman case as there is on this case as well. Gina, right, the land jurors must see this also. Hopefully, shoot, the Albers have skeletons outside their closets. Jesus Christ. Daniela from Berlin says, I found Kerry as a valuable witness in contrast to JJ, as JJ was trying to paint a bad picture of Karen. Let's see what the rest of the testimony looks like, but she doesn't come across as talking Kerry, so Kerry does come across as we know some of the buzzwords might be that she's using that's frustrating, but apart from that, she comes across as believable, I think, so far. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I've thought Kerry, I think she's been there's inconsistencies and there's things that she doesn't even believe. You can see it because she's not a great liar. That's probably why she's the truthful one, for the most part. But she has hella tells to what she's trying to lie about or cover up, and just from being able to look at people. But she's been by far the most credible so far. Just a couple little things where I'm like, yeah, she doesn't believe that. She made that up. So
No, I know. But we'll see the rest of her testimony now. Sandra Bush was murdered in Canton, where she lived. I thought Stoughton, isn't she from? Stoughton might be in Canton. I don't know. I just thought that it was a different town. That's all. I did a couple of episodes of Mighty about Sandra Birchmore, and I got rinsed about it because, so a lot of people think that she's so allegedly they say she self-alleviated herself, right? But a lot of people believe that she was murdered by a police officer and stuff like that. So I went into it and started looking at it. I was like, oh, actually, I think that there's something here that she might have been, alleviated. Fuck me, I got a shit ton of hate for it because it's like it's quite divided about like people like no. She did it to herself. Anyway, that's another case. I'm not going to go into it now, but I stopped it because it's like, okay, we got off the start from scratch on this one. My belief is that there is something there that I actually think that she could have been murdered because there was just, again, there's just a few things that don't add up, So about the whole thing is you can see a video of an officer walking in to the building, going up to her place, coming back down, and then next thing she's dead. It's like, and she's murdered. She's killed by the doorknob trick, around and then leaning forward, like similar to Matt's wife. So anyway, dies off to get some tea. There you go, Stoughton. There we are. So I was right then. So it wasn't in Canton. It was a neighbouring town. That's fine. I thought so. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It's all good. Right. Oh, okay. That's where the confusion is. Right. Sandra was residing in Canton at the time of it. There you go. That's where it was. So, yeah, I was wrong. Melanie's correct. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a case that's to it. We'll cover it in more depth again. Right. What course did he back in about 5-10 minutes? What else do you want to say that you've observed so far this week?
Just this is so frustrating, and we have to hold people. I say it all the time. Local elections matter, and getting people in that aren't garbage. But like Auntie Bev, like she's just letting this go too far, and courts are letting it go too far. Where you're bringing in 40, 50, 60 witnesses that mean nothing to the case at all. I mean, nothing. You're just wasting time. It's prejudicial to the defendant. And we have to start putting, again, this is the playbook. We've seen it in numerous cases. This is how they want to play things. We got to start putting checks on it and bringing it down, or making people aware that if you go into a jury and there's 60 witnesses, they're just fluffing it up. There's no substance there. So
yeah, I agree with you because you see some cases now as well. This better not happen. This case where it gets closer to the defense case. The one in Arizona happened where they started bringing time limits, and it's like, whoa, you literally can't do that in this case because it'd be like, what the fuck? With Lally going on about, so this car, you're driving down here, you turn left, but turn right. Oh, this isn't actually your car, so why are we even showing this? Like, how much snow was there? Which door is which door? Where's the road? It's like, Lally, they can see it for themselves. So go back to what you said. Why are we doing this? Just everyone agree. This is the house. This is the driveway. And yeah, bring the picture up to see where the cars were, we thought they were. But we can see it. We can see everything. Also, when it keeps saying there's a blizzard and stuff, this goes back to you, Mighty. I'm not used to snow. So if I see a little bit of powder, I'm like, right, school's out. There's the work's off. we don't do snow. So it's like a little bit of ice. It's like, right, everything's cancelled. Go inside, lock it. We go to the shop. Oh my God, let's panic buy, and that's it. But like, if you're from the area, you're gonna know if this is a blizzard or not. So like, you live in Detroit, so you probably got similar weather. Is that a blizzard? Is that what? How would you interpret that snow?
I mean, people will slow down a little bit, but let some air out of your tires so you get better traction, and put the 4-wheel drive on, and you go about your day. Like it doesn't. it doesn't cripple us here. We continue to go about our day. You just drive a little bit slower, give yourself an extra 5 minutes, and throw it in 4-wheel drive, and we're used to it. Like that's kind of how we
Yeah.
operate. So, and I assume they're similar because they're, in a very similar location. If it was Texas and you got a blizzard or 2 inches of snow, yeah, that slows it down to stopping it. But yeah,
That's what Maxie says.
It's not much here.
Alicia says, I'm from Michigan and that snow is just a normal day in
Right.
January.
Right. So.
And Ali says, I'm in Alaska. Fuck me, that snow is comical. I love it. Hiya, Cynthia. Afternoon, Cynthia. I mean, look, that's what I mean. For me, if I was a Jew, I would never be on that jury because I'm not from there. But if I was a Jew, I'd be going, shit, that's a ton of snow. But I'm not from there, so I would never be on the jury. So these people see. This is why I don't understand what Lali's getting at. It's like they know if this is significant or not. So why are we showing all this snow? They're probably going, Jesus Christ, Jerry, we know, Lally, move on, like,
Right.
So I don't know.
You're a sports fan. The tuck rule game and the Raiders Pats game, like that's pretty much average snow for that time. That's just a visual representation of how you could put it together. Because I know you've seen it. That's pretty typical. So that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, no, I see it. It's mad that for me it's madness. It's like wow, but like you say, you play a game of football in it for fuck's sake,
right? Right. So yeah,
Blizzard is 20+ in Philadelphia. Yeah, I mean, all jurors is going to know they're talking the level of and that's what the benefit is. That's why I think we're discussing this is because it's pointless him pointing out all the snow.
Right.
If you're doing Dunkin' runs and play dates, it was not a blizzard. Yes. Not heard about Dunkin's for a while now. They're all from there. They all know it. You know what I mean? But they all know it. But they've still got loads to go. We've still got loads of testimony to go. Do you think that Brian Higgins, the one that did a proffer with the FBI, do you think that he's going to testify? I mean, he's allegedly testifying. Do you believe that he will? And if he's in a proffer, how can he? Do you know what I mean?
I think that he's going to testify, but it's going to. I wouldn't be surprised if there was very limited scope to his testimony. So they'll probably voir dire him, and they'll set up incredible guardrails giving the other investigation. It is the likely scenario. I don't know. They could go off left field, but it's probably pretty likely that that's how they'll do that. So
yeah, because we don't know what he's going to say or what's involved with the FBI and the FBI are the in a way we just don't know what they submitted and handed to these guys. So we just don't know what's coming in and what anyone's going to testify to, which is good because we shouldn't know everything either. Do you know what I mean? Because people keep saying she's guilty because of Dateline. So I've seen people say she's guilty because she said this on Dateline. It's like, what? That's not evidence. That's not test. But anyway, but the other catch we saw was how this Kerry now can see the taillights cracked and stuff, and she can pinpoint exactly where the crack is. It's exactly where Sean said it was and stuff like that. But which means that she's probably watching Sean. They know exactly where he was. He's coated in snow and it's all hidden. But it looked exactly the same though. Even though snow was over it, it looked broken. It looked smashed. And it's interesting because Jen said that Karen pointed it out to her and Kerry when they arrived to go into the house, but then the video didn't show that. So now Kerry's like, oh yeah, no, it must have been on the way out when there's no video of it. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know, man.
The jurors have to see that, and you hope that they see that. The problem is again with the strategy is that there's so much information and there's so much that we talked about it in the West Coast trial, the three guys. Anyways,
Carriga.
Carriga. It just gets lost, and you have this perception of, oh my God, the state has so much evidence that there has to be something.
Well, Mikey, they're back, my friend. We're back. Thank you so much, buddy. We'll get you back on next week, all right?
All right, buddy. Thanks for having me.
Take care, buddy.
Take care,
Ciao, bud. Thank you to Mighty Meek. We'll be back next week. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but just for a moment back to when you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass, and at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
No, it was not a coat.
Now, take it back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
No, I'll allow that, not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers, things that any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point. Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving in your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again?
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature. Or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away, Chapman, and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street, and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call, and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Aaron O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number, and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk? And by she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from
I
there?
went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano, and I spun out, did a complete spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes, that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again?
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
And Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. And she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, you just left him. And Mr. O'Keefe said, leave her alone. She's been through enough. She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was it?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as if she's dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital?
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time, sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, happened to a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm,
Do you recall which arm it was?
his right arm.
Do you recall where on his arm?
Like here.
Does that record reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, if anyone came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were two officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
Recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to them?
In the dining room.
And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you when, starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that, if you know?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, well, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
State trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Ms. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Ms. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
At some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as a cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're referring to who else?
Jen's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lang?
Yes.
How do you know?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Link's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lank's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefes were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? You know?
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
From that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefes were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from the Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Ms. McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
I got my toasty, my cheese and tomato toasty. So I am here, just eating. I'm a talker. And the way she just said that, how long were you there for? Oh, I don't know, about 45 minutes. I'm like, you know, end of the day, I'm a talker. Get the effing out. Get out. Just too much of this, like, I mean, I hate it because it's somebody's just said no. It's just like listening to Jen speak. Yeah. Like maybe we're looking for it, but this is just so obvious. It's so obvious, all of this. Look, I'm trying to look to see what they're talking about. Yeah, look the other way. Stop looking at the side bars. Oh, I don't know. Do you think so much? Wow, I've not had that impression. But that's interesting.
Sorry, Your Honor, one moment. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Oh, thank you.
What just happened? No
Your next
questions.
witness, Mr. Lally?
No questions.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Laura Sullivan to the stand.
What the fuck? I am gobsmacked.
Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's...
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
Sure.
I'm guessing it's Laura Sullivan, I think he said. I'm not sure. I'm gobsmacked. Maybe, Mikey, maybe. Hey, Dell. Yeah, you're right, guys. You're right. You're right.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, I mean, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regard to possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
stop you there just a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
Yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And okay?
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
After you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would have been Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick Taylor.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the Aruba?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early. And we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, "Hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early." So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, "We're here." And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that must be Karen."
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Just has to record reflect identification of the identified.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person banging on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rents?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific you recall about dinner or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Okay.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Yaneni. Okay.
Oh my God! Like, come on, Jesus Christ! Can we just get on with it? Oh my God! It's just like it's painstaking. It's painstaking. We don't need all this level of details. You went to Aruba. You met Karen first time. Yeah, met her. Right, great. What's she like? Blah blah blah. What are we doing? Oh my God. Just gotta, like, I'm so sore, just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Yeah, I want me as well, Rolling Stone. Just want to see the blue cheese stuffed with olives in the drink. Whoa. This is painful, absolutely. So dry. Painful. Hey, Mary. Mary, quite contrary. How we doing, Mary? I know, Sass. None of this matters. What matters is Sarah P's here. That's all that matters. Sarah P's in the house. She's whipping everyone in place here. So watch out. Sarah's about. No, but they do drink, her boyfriend at the time, blue cheese with olives in his drinks. So. I crack myself up sometimes, JD. Did they say how it tastes? No. Well, I'm not a big blue cheese fan, if I'm being honest. So I haven't got much interest. I don't like blue cheese. And if I'm being honest, hate me as much as you want. I don't like olives either. I'm not a big fan of olives. So that sounds like a nightmare to me. Blue cheese with olives? Yikes. Do you know what I mean? Why are you putting that kind of food in my drink for? I'd be like, get me a new drink. Don't put that crap in my drink. Get me a new one. Jesus Christ. Hey, Mary. Sherry feels dirty. Sherry wants a dirty martini. Let's go, girl. Let's get a dirty martini in. I don't mind a martini. Don't mind it. I'm more of a gin guy. I like gin. I don't like whiskey. They objected to the cheese. Too smelly, I think. Too smelly. Just have a TV scare the shit on my mum. Vixie, I know. Happy day, Sarah. Oh, there we are. Hey, Neo. How we doing? Lali and his witness. I know. Yeah, get away from Karen. Just leave Karen alone. I mean, I agree. Cameraman, get away. No court tomorrow. Yeah, no court tomorrow. Cliffhanger, black or green olives, both are disgusting, so it doesn't matter. But Tiffany wants to know. Tell us the details. Yeah, so no court tomorrow, back Friday. Friday. Blue cheese a drink. I mean, absolutely. Gin and tonic is vibe. I love it. When I lived in Glasgow, there was a pub just for gins. Oof, I used to go there. Bit of pink gin. Loved it. Here we go. Right, here we go.
So Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the following day, what, if anything, do you recall about the next day being, that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 2.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Mary?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I'd say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening in New Year's?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock, we had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not, no.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick, Kelly, and your children and everybody?
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, I think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So We probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond sort of your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is concerned?
Yes.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed. She didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard, excuse me, to the instruction that you had requested about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the acts solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel that we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there, at least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you this?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
The person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
But Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance. So we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw it?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to this Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Recall that day?
I do.
And at some point that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from,
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I'll want
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
it is subject to striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And then at some point, the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you ask her, or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
You were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything, Mr.
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came in?
He was with another trooper,
Okay, and do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
That doesn't help you guys.
Yes, Your Honor, the call will call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
It's like
Also, I'll see you while we're waiting.
they're trying to say, oh, it wasn't just Trooper Proctor. Yeah, but he was a lead, laddie. He was a lead investigator. That's the whole point, you dummy. So it doesn't matter about all these other people. He is the lead. He should never have been the lead, you muppet. Jesus Christ. And fan name was Birchmore, Dana. Okay. Do you know what I mean? And why is he even going to her? Like, none of this makes sense. There's a picture on Twitter of her, Jen McCabe, and everyone together, laughing, dancing, you know. None of this makes sense. Anyway, what was her name? Eri what? Eri something? Marietta. This is bizarre. Marietta. I don't know how you spell it. I've just gone for it. And witness 42. Witness 42. Save. There you go. We'll call her Marietta. Marietta. Oh, friggin' Norris. Okay, let me change it then. Marietta. Well, that was a whole hogwash. What are we doing there? That was a waste of time. Thank you, everyone. I got it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. This was... Thank you, Sarah P. Thank you, everyone. This is just like, what are we doing? I don't get it. That's Aruba. All this hearsay from Aruba. I mean, this one's going to say something different, you know. Karen offered to pay for her room. Like, surely, like, maybe I've dated some women, but, like, and I don't mean this to offend anybody because most of my viewers are women, but, you know, some a bit tapped, you know, as in, when you argue. Do you know what I mean? You know, it's just like, it happens. She thought she saw something. She was wrong. She put her hands up and said, oh, I'm wrong. I must apologize. I'm so sorry. Let me pay for her room to apologize. It's like, fair play. You know, she flipped for a second. Brilliant. Well done. What are we doing? I don't get it. So she buys nice drinks for her niece, for John's niece, sorry. She offers to pay for people's rooms. She buys people drinks and pays for it. Woof. She's malicious, man. Show me a woman who has never been jealous. I can tell you. I'm careful what I say here. Obviously, I know what Summer Bread's but did with you women in the chat. I'm not saying anything for my own good, that is. This just is a show that she's like, oh, she's malicious. She's like a temper on her. Her and John are arguing a month before he died. You know, that's why. That's her motive. You know, oof. I mean, come on, people. We can't surely be here. You know. Do you know what I mean? Oops. No, what a joke. Let's be right. Dana's in the house. Hey, mate. Having some involvement in the Birchmore case, Lieutenant Michael Lang, Detective Kevin Albert, State Police Detective Lieutenant John Fanning, and Trooper Nicholas Guarino. Do you know what I mean? So, some familiar names, Dana. You are right, sir. It's Will.i.am in the chat. I can't believe the charade. Hey, charade. I know.
Sullivan, please.
Jesus.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the understatement of the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
And how long have you lived in?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing
Just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two,
have? Older, younger,
both older,
and brother, sister?
brother and sister.
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well, subsequent occasion?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrive there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room.
Mm-hmm.
And then following that, where do you go?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you refer to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know this?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time?
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. It's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as a fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
At that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner, going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
1st floor.
So lobby's on the 1st floor, their rooms are on the 1st floor?
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if any?
So you have to say, okay.
You just have to answer yes.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby, you walk out, who, if anyone, do you see when you come out?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
safety on?
Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing, or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure. She's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification of anybody?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and if anyone did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, that particular, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
When you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my...
Objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see it sidebar quickly.
I mean, genuinely, is that it? Is that it? Fucking hell, I've dated some psychos then, because Jesus, is that it? I can only imagine if I was hugging a girl in a hotel all over and all that, whatever. Fucking hell, I would expect a massive slap. Go, who the fuck is that? Jesus, that is. Surely the jury see this and are like, what? Surely they go back to their wives and husbands and go, oh my God, you should have heard the testimony today. If you had done what she did, you would be fucking 6 foot under. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the hell? This is a nothing burger. This is just like, I hope the jury see this and go, so what's this going to do with it? Hang on, they're back.
Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So, but it's the same one that I already gave you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day of the cabanas, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
He was,
I'll allow it.
He was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Mr. Lally, anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let me ask it a different one.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, and when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, you're all set.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, we're actually finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day.
Where's Higgins?
As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Just leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads, and we'll see you Friday night. Thank you very much.
She's coming around. All rise, jurors out, please. Jurors, reading the notes of the following.
We'll see if they put anything on record now. This is bizarre. Today's bizarre. I don't know. Cray.
That makes sense.
Let's see if they put anything on record. If not, we go outside.
You may be seated.
Here we go.
Thank you. All right, so hopefully we will start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses. Right?
Okay, but it would be great if we could complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I am. I'm hopeful. I think we do.
Okay. Anything I need to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Oh my God! Did you hear all that? Did you hear it? Oh, we'll have to go back. That is spicy. So she wants to get the witnesses hopefully done and out on one day for all these reasons. Must be Higgins. And why? What does it matter? No court tomorrow, Mads, no. We'll go back in a second. I'll prep it ready because, ooh, the juice. So, my understanding, if it's Higgins, it must be Higgins. Like, Jackson's like, oh, I'll try, Your Honor, but Jackson's like, oh my God, this is going to take more than a day, love. Well, I mean, look, if I was Jackson, I'd be going, hey, Judge, depends on Lally. If he's going to drone on until lunchtime, then if Lally takes Higgins on to lunchtime, there's no way they're finishing in one day because the afternoon's only 2 hours. No way. No, Darcy, depends what's in the proffer. Depends what's in it. We don't know what's happening. We don't know what they've agreed to. So there may be trouble ahead. Higgins got some company with him, probably the feds. Yeah, he must have the feds with him. The feds must be there as well with him. on the day testifying. That's why she wants to finish it in one day, because Friday, Dana, that means it's going to be tight outside for. I thought that was Jackson for a second. So when you're protesting on Friday, I think it's going to be very, very compressed, shall we say. She's finished. Motherfucker, I could have just gone back. Right, let's listen to her again. The judge, that is, not that witness. Hang on. I'm going back. Guess who's back? Going back.
Alone, or was he with?
Shut up, Lally. Don't want to listen to you.
Finished with witnesses
Here we go.
today.
Right.
Finished.
Right, here we go. Come on, Bev. Oh, Jesus, come on.
Disregard it. Let us know. Just leave everything
Right,
here, literally,
listen.
figuratively. Clear your heads and we'll see you Friday night. Thank you very much.
She's coming around. All right, jurors up, please. Jurors, reading a note from the following.
Get out, jurors. Get out. We want to listen to Bev. Raoul, I don't know. Dana, yeah, there's something for you to talk about.
That makes sense.
You may be seated.
Thank you. Right.
All right, so hopefully we will start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses.
Okay, but it would be great if we could complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I am. I'm hopeful. I think we do.
Okay. Anything I need to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
So it'd be useful to finish with that witness on Friday for all sorts of reasons. Da 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 da. I love this. This is the Gossip City. This is Sean. Oh, Sean's not come back. Let me just go back to Tom CPU. This is Higgins got a deal. We don't know. We don't know. This is why I was asking Dana, because it's going to be Lockdown City on Friday. Hang on, Lockdown City.
Time. One time, 3 years.
So it's going to be Dana. I look forward to hearing what Paul and you guys have to. Things like for all sorts of reasons. While the feds are there, the feds are going to lock it all down. You know. Well, hopefully Sean will cover it tonight. He'll go into more details. I'm only speculating, but I can imagine with her wanting it being done in one day, I think they might be quite. Look, if he's flipped or if he's, it doesn't sound like he's flipped. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like he's, I don't know. Yeah, tonight, Sean will speak about tonight, no doubt, Dana. He's not here. But you can see feds. Yes, so you'll just see fed. Well, you see more feds. Check out Sean's recap tonight, where he will be speaking. Darcy, I'm baffled as well because I'm looking forward to this because I don't know. I don't really know what's going on with Higgins, so I'm really intrigued about his. You can't see but that's what I mean. It'll be a lockdown. There's going to be police presence and the feds. The feds are going to be The feds will be mingling in with the protesters and everything. No, Regina, no problems. Thank you. Yeah, hit the like button. Oh, here we go. Is this them? No. Oh, yeah, it might be. Oh, it is, yeah.
Oh, hey, Tom. How you doing? How you doing? You see a new car? No. Wait till you see this car. Look at that. That's an old car. It's an old one. 86. He looks so cool. Yeah, but that's cool. Yeah. I'm an 80s guy. So he looks perfect in it. Yeah, Tom. Yeah. Hey, what a day. I need those Polaroid, those aviator glasses. What do you think of the cross of the Sullivan sisters? You know, cross, right? I'm telling you. Right to the point. Amazing. Just if you weren't at the waterfall and you were at 34, right? But the troopers took the time to. It doesn't make no sense. But they didn't go talk to the people that were actually there. No, that's right. But were you jealous? Marietta Sullivan. Love you, Kerry. Great job, Kerry. We love you.
There was no fight or no issue.
There was a small issue. That was the extent of it.
Did you say those things to her?
Good girl, Karen. There's a small issue, but that's the extent of it. Good. Love CPU, yes.
The seats.
Thank you, October girl.
Open the door. It's already open.
So I'm not ignoring you, James.
You're not yet feeling coming back yet, or is it still no?
I'm not ignoring you.
I took my coat this time, so
Nice.
yeah, that was good.
You know where he is today? Good job today. Good job. You made everybody proud today. You did good again. Again, always doing good. Everyone's doing so good for her. We need to keep it going.
It's nice to spend some time like during lunch. And
Yeah,
just
just
getting to
something
relax
separate.
and just-
Something separate. Yeah. Yeah. But
It was good.
nice.
The morning was a little more interesting than the afternoon, but it was awesome.
Sweet.
Who was that you had?
Character. He's one of the members, just like a supporter.
Okay, I didn't know.
No, it's not family. No, but no. And the other guy is also a supporter.
Okay.
So they're no.
Like you know,
She posts once in a while. She posts supporters in. So
yep.
Just regular people that are. Good job today.
Yeah, I didn't know where you went. They took off without me. Hey, you know, I was in the bathroom.
It's all good. Good job today, man. Good job. There we go. That works.
Okay, James. So essentially, what's the big deal about Friday? Big deal about Friday is we get Higgins. So he allegedly, some people think, flipped. Thanks, Vixie. Bye, Dana. Thanks, my buddy. See you Friday, bud. Yeah, talk to my friend. So it's big because no one knows what Higgins is going to say. He's had a proffer with the FBI. No one knows what deal he got. If he got a deal, what's going on? No one knows. They seem to be quite confident, the Commonwealth, because they're calling him. So I don't think he took a deal, if that makes sense. But tune into Sean tonight because he's going to have more to say about that. And he's got more experience than I have about that. Amy, no problems. Hey, it's good, isn't it? Because see you Friday. Imagine if you see Thursday. Oh, or see you next Thursday. That'd be the problem. See you Friday, Amy. Thank you, Mia. Thank you, my darling. Yeah, that's what I mean, Mia. So he can't have flipped. Unless he flipped and they just got to call him. I don't know. I don't think he flipped. Because Jackson said, I hope to be done with this guy in one day. But the problem with these full days is this, right? They start at 9. And before you go, please make sure you like the video. I got 695 likes. Let's get over 700 people, please. Let's try and get over 700 today. That's the most I've ever had. Actually, 695 is the most I've ever had anyway. Try and get over 700, please. Thank you. Before on the way out, please like it. So Lali normally takes what? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. 4 hours until lunch break, right? quarter of an hour in between. So 3.5 hours in between late start and everything. Lally will take probably over 2 hours of that. So then the defense only have an hour and a half maybe, and the afternoon. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. Thank you, Sherry. Please like the video. Yeah, please do, because I want to get over 700 if I can. We got 700. Thank you, people. You're the best. You're the best. We got 700. Thank you. Thank you, Dana. Sherry, thank you. Thanks a lot for another wonderful day of viewing. Karen's very lucky to have you guys in her corner. Sherry, thank you, but we got the easiest job in the world because you guys make it easy. You feeling appropriate, my darling? See you Friday. See you, my darling. I hope you're well as well. The Midlands, repping the Midlands there. Hit the like. Yeah, people have been unliking. That's a problem. There we are, 703. Thank you very much. Right, everybody. Today was not as exciting as yesterday, but still quite good. You know, I would say overall. We'll see what happens. I think what's her name? Ah, fuck. No, not Jen McCabe. What's the other one called? Kerry Roberts. I think she was looking back, strategic. I think, from my understanding, Lally didn't ask her a lot of questions he should have asked her. And I think the defense knew that. Cheers, Di. Dave Hamburger. But I think that because Lally has this tendency of not covering all questions. So I think they were just like, fuck it, we're not going to give her an opportunity. Shop Ma'am, thank you, medallion. Thank you, Mrs. Ash, as well. See you Friday, medallion. 700 plus, woohoo. Thank you, Paula. I'm really happy with that. That's the most we've ever had in likes. By the end of Karen retrial, when she's exonerated, let's make her over 1,000, hopefully. The defense was awesome today, no question for Kerry, and for the same 3 questions for the sisters. That was a great for the sisters. It just makes a point. And also, it makes the whole point of, so he spoke to these 2 sisters who weren't even there, but he didn't speak to all these witnesses. So if you don't get it, that's the whole point of it. For people that don't quite understand is, they make that point to say, John was killed on the 29th. On the 8th of February, he was at your house in Portsmouth, or whatever it's called. Is it Plymouth? Portsmouth? Portsmouth? Let's go with Portsmouth. There's Portsmouth and Plymouth in England, so let's go with Portsmouth. That's the point he's making. You were with him in Aruba. You weren't there in 34 Fairview. You weren't at the bars, but he still came and interviewed you when he did interview these witnesses that were actually at 34 Fairview. Did not interview any of them, or not most of them. Pembroke, fuck. There we are, Pembroke. So I got Pembroke next to me, about an hour away. Pembroke Dock, it's called. Pembroke Dock. So when he said that, I thought Portsmouth, Plymouth, Pembroke. I should know that's in Wales. Pembroke is in Wales. Port who? I thought Portsmouth, the port. Yeah, sorry, it's Pembroke. Bye, chap. Bye, October girl. Thank you, medallion. Right. Cheers, Tina. Right. Have a good one, October girl. Thank you. Plymouth. Di, I thought she said Plymouth, but it's Pembroke, Sherry said, and Dana said. Oops. Thank you, Crafty Cow. See you all Friday. Thank you, medallion. Easy for me because I'm in Massachusetts. It's from Plymouth, but was interviewed in Pembroke. So I wasn't far off, Dana. I wasn't far off. I've no idea what he's talking about, this guy. Bye all. Be well, yes. Over a year for some of them at 34 Fairview, 1 week for 2 bits on a holiday. For 2 bits. Yeah, I know. By the way, just so you don't know, Di is joining us on Friday. I got your message, Di. Thank you, bud. Well, you know the score. Jump on whenever you want, but it'll be over lunchtime. If you can cover lunchtime with me, that's perfect. But yeah, Di will be joining us as a guest on Friday during the lunch break. So appreciate you, Di boy. Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks for bringing us all together. Friday's going to be banger for sure. It's going to be banger. And watch Sean tonight. He's going to be off for one tonight. He's going to be raging about everything to do with Higgins. So, perfect, Di. But you know the score. Just jump on whenever, my friend. Right, everybody, let's close it down on that. Thank you very much. After those 2 bints have been off, yeah, it's been good. Erin, Ronnie, I agree. It's a bit of a, whatever. So, but it is what it is. We're here. It's the end of the day. We've got a day off tomorrow. Thank God I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so it's actually fitting in quite well for me as well. So, right. With that, I don't think we got anything else to discuss. Sean's going to cover most of it tonight. Nothing burgers, Kerry, whatever, those 2 women. And I'll just say this to end it, right? I don't see what Karen's done wrong in Aruba. Like, I'm pretty sure if I was in Aruba with my girlfriend and I was hugging another young girl, like or another girl all over me, I'm pretty sure my girlfriend would be like, "Oi, get in here now. Who the fuck is that? Bint. Get her out." And that she probably would be, "Oi, fuck, love." I don't see what she's done wrong, but whatever. I'm just in whatever. I don't think this has nothing to do with it, but anyway. Higgins, Friday. There we go. Enjoy your evenings, people. Enjoy your day off tomorrow. Remember to go and watch other streamers. There's a lot of good information out there. So go and watch them. And again, support Sean tonight, but support other streamers as well. I'm going to go off and watch Emily D. Baker, Andrew Burkhardt now. I want to see, and obviously Melanie, see what they have to say in their recaps at the end. So I'm going to go and watch them and see what they say and their thoughts for the day. Normally, because they pause all the time, so they're probably still going with testimony at the minute. So normally they're still going half an hour after I finish. And then Peter Trago's probably on Beyond tonight. The Love Boat himself. Watch him. So yeah. And there's lots of other people as well. I can't name them all. There's too many, but spread the love, my friends. Right. I'm going to finish this. I resisted the silence. I think you're on either tomorrow or Friday. So go support Dana, Paul, and Tracy. Where's my brand button? Here we go. I got it. So with that, everybody, thank you very much for your support. And I am out once I find my outro here. I can never find it now because I've changed it. Oh, crap. Which one is it? I'll finish off with Sean. Right, everyone, take care. See you all later. Ta-ra now.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done.